What point did you believe that he was probably going to win this thing?
One of the early flashing signs, Dave, was when the results started coming in from suburban parts of the country, places like Loudoun County, not that far from where I sit here in Washington, D.C. This is an area where President Trump had historically not done well in the past, and yet it's a place he needed to keep the margins down, and he did just that. So that was a really early sign that things were going to go his way, because if the Democrats were unable to roll up a score in places like Loudoun County, it was not a good sign of things to come for them.
Yeah, you're talking Virginia. For a while, it was neck and neck, and there were people thinking that former President Trump would pull off an upset and win Virginia. He did not. It ended up going Harris's way. But the battleground states, they pretty much have all gone to former President Trump. We saw North Carolina sort of go first, right?
That's right. North Carolina went first. Georgia then went shortly thereafter, depending on the order. And then all eyes turned toward that blue wall, because it's funny, Dave, this race ended the way it started, for even going back to that June debate, which is Vice President Harris had exactly one path back to the 270 electoral votes she needed, and that was through that so-called blue wall. All the other routes had been closed off, and closed off even faster as the results started pouring in tonight.
Yeah, and Wisconsin was the one that sealed it. When Fox called Wisconsin for former President Trump, it put him over the 270, projected for him that he needs to win another term in the White House. Wisconsin, he won that state in 2016, lost it in 2020. The same situation in Pennsylvania and the same situation in Georgia. What was it that led him back, do you think?
That's the million-dollar question, Dave, and we're going to have plenty of time to unpack that in the coming days. To me, the first thing that jumps out is just this hubris, this idea that the Democratic Party could just switch out their standard bearer, could just push Joe Biden off the cliff, metaphorically that is, and just replace him with this candidate who had earned 0 votes, had never been on a ballot, and then for 107 days, which was the duration of her campaign, not hold one press conference, not take positions on key issues, and just hope that there was going to be enough sort of momentum behind her based on how the mainstream media was portraying her and how her supporters were portraying her, and that would carry her over the finish line. So that, to me, I think will be item number one, which is why didn't President Biden get out of this race sooner when it was clear that he was not up for the job? And, of course, what was Vice President Harris's role in any sort of perceived cover-up that led to him staying in the race too long?
Yeah, but that didn't get a lot of attention after he dropped out. There was talk about, well, we need to find out who knew about Biden's decline and investigate that. That didn't really get much traction as the race just turned to a focus on Trump versus Harris. What do you think her biggest mistake was? When you look at, you talked about all this time that she had in this race. From the time she became the replacement candidate through the convention, she didn't talk to the media, didn't do interviews, didn't really explain many positions. Was that her biggest mistake coming out of the gate?
Well, she had 107 days as the nominee of her party by all intents and purposes. And during those 107 days, she had a really tall task. Vice President Harris had to introduce herself to the American public, separate herself from a really unpopular administration, and then also explain the policies that she wanted to put forward, and do all that all against one of the most politically talented figures of her generation, Donald Trump. So it was a tall task, but in some ways, it was like she didn't even try. She just wanted this election to be a referendum on President Trump, as opposed to a reason to vote for her. And she thought that was the bet. That was the bet her team made. And it's not looking good right now, but hindsight is always 20/20.
One of the things that was talked about leading into this campaign and through the election night results, how the votes would break down. And when you look at Fox News voter analysis, former President Trump won among men, 54-44. Vice President Harris won among women. She had about an 8-point lead among women, but the gap in polls ahead of the election was bigger than that.
Right. And the other issues that I think, Dave, in going through some of those Fox News voter analysis numbers, were on the issues that mattered most to voters, i.e. the economy and immigration. Those issues broke so heavily in favor of President Trump that those are the things that were on people's mind as they cast their ballot, and those were the things where they felt as though he were the better choice. And by virtue of her, look, she had a really tall task, because 70% of the country thought we were going in the wrong path. and she is one half of the administration that's currently in charge. So that was always going to be tough when you're an incumbent sailing into those headwinds, but she just didn't do enough to separate herself from the status quo and or chart a new course forward.
Yeah, it's so interesting because there was a question a lot of people had is who is actually the change candidate in this election? She's the vice president of the current administration, and he's the president right before the Biden administration comes into power. So I guess in the end, the change candidate ended up being the 45th president.
And there were big structural things going wrong in this country right now as far as voters were concerned. I mean, if you look back at the 4 years of the Biden presidency, you had the Afghanistan withdrawal, which people widely disapproved of. You had inflation hitting new highs, gas prices hitting new highs, home mortgage rates going to new levels. This was all baggage that she had to carry into this election, and these were things that were by and large just overwhelmingly seen as things as negatives. And it would have been a tough task under normal circumstances, let alone inheriting a campaign the way she had to.
Yeah, and when you break down the voters. The former president referenced it in his speech. He had this coalition of people, minorities, blue-collar workers. The analysis shows that 83% of the black vote went to Vice President Harris. Now, obviously, that's a large number. She won, by a very large amount. But former President Trump getting 15%, and among that, 24% of black men. Republicans don't get that in presidential elections, do they?
No, and Trump leads a movement, and it's really hard to stop a political movement because you start to stitch together these coalitions that don't look like previous coalitions. And the one that came together behind President-elect Trump tonight was a very diverse group of people. And the other mistake, of course, the Democrats made down the stretch is rather than focus their attention on the candidate, on President Trump, the person they were trying to defeat, they extrapolated some of that anger toward his supporters. And we're going to find out just how much that a pile of garbage comment made by President Biden, how much that hurt. Because it's one thing to go after someone or target someone or criticize a candidate or someone's name is on the ballot. It's another to extend that criticism, extend that disdain to all the people who are supporting him or her.
Yeah, and of course we had the basket of deplorables with Hillary Clinton doing the same thing back in 2016. She said that, though, earlier in the campaign. That comment had come. Millions and millions of Americans had already voted early, and that's even the case for the garbage comment with Puerto Rico that came from the Madison Square Garden Trump rally, which for a couple of days looked like that might hurt the Trump campaign until President Biden came out and the script got flipped on him, and Trump comes out in a garbage truck and the reflective workers vest at the rally in Wisconsin. It was really quite stunning to watch all of that. How much do you think that really was a factor in the vote?
Well, it all played into the sense that President Trump had momentum on his side when it mattered most. And momentum is a really hard thing to get in politics, and it's even harder to stop once you have it. The other thing that Republicans finally got right was this messaging on early votes. If you heading into Election Day yesterday, Dave, about 80 million votes had already been cast. And for context, 160 million total were cast in 2020. So by the time Election Day started, half of the people had already banked their votes. And there was going to always be a question as, does this mean that more people are voting early, as in more Republicans are voting early, or are Republicans cannibalizing their own vote? Either way, Republicans finally getting the messaging right on early voting, that it was here to stay and it was here for something that voters should use, is going to be helpful to them, certainly last night and into the future as well.
Former President Trump had 2 assassination attempts. One of them, of course, he had an ear bloodied in Butler, Pennsylvania back in July. The other one was in Florida, thwarted by Secret Service at a golf course. So do you think that helped him at all to have people, he stood up at that first one with fight. Do you think, that's months ago now.
America loves a comeback story, and this president has been through so much. When you think back over not only the last 4 or 5 months, but also the last 4 or 5 years, think about it. He was impeached, he was investigated, he was indicted, he was convicted, and he was shot at, and he kept getting back up. And that's something that a lot of people in this country resonate with because they're all going through their own challenges right now. And not to mention, Dave, he did all this. He steamrolled through a very talented field of competitors in the primaries without breaking a sweat. His nomination was never in doubt. And it just from start to finish, the time he got into that race 2 Novembers ago to this point where we're sitting right now in time, it was just one continual forward momentum.
The Democrats all along, President Biden and then Vice President Harris, they said over and over again that He's a threat to democracy, that we can't allow him to be unchecked and be back for a second term. And they were fearful of what he would do. He would have an enemies list. Vice President Harris said that over and over again. You know, the January 6th riot happened. In the end, January 6th, as much as Democrats made that an issue, it did not stop him from coming back.
The problem with the Democrats' messaging is it relied on a sky is falling mentality. It relied on this idea that everything would go to hell if President Trump won. The issue with that is he'd already been president, and people remember the time he was president more fondly in many instances than where they're currently at, for reasons such as inflation, the immigration, foreign affairs, you name it. Life was easier. Life was not as complicated. Everything didn't seem as expensive then, and people associate those past 4 years of the Trump presidency with some of those positive attributes, and it was difficult for them to wrap their arms around this idea that the world would end if he won, which was in many ways the lead vehicle of the Democrats' messaging.
Quickly, you're surprised it's over, and people woke up with a result, right?
I'm not actually, Dave. I thought this would be closer than it was, so I'm surprised in that result. But I thought we'd have a winner pretty quickly, one way or another.
Colin Reed, Republican strategist, co-founder of South and Hill Strategies. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dave.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. 353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, November 6, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. The former president's comeback completed with a win in Wisconsin, the state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. That put him over the 270 electoral vote threshold. Speaking at Mar-a-Lago in a victory speech earlier this morning.
The rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been.
He's the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak sometime later today. The Fox News Decision Desk can also project that Republicans will take control of the Senate. The party will hold at least 51 states, enough for an outright majority. The House still a coin toss. And reproductive rights on the ballot in 10 states this election. Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Florida's Amendment 4 and Missouri's Amendment 3 aiming to protect abortion rights until fetal viability. Florida's falling short, Missouri's passing, opening the door to strike the state's near total ban. In Maryland, abortion is already legal up to fetal viability, and in Colorado, there are no laws restricting the procedure. Measures in these states aim to formally enshrine those rights into state constitutions. Maryland's Question 1 and Colorado's Amendment 79 passing. Voters in Nebraska narrowly approving a measure to restrict abortion in the first trimester.
And New Yorkers voting to pass Prop 1, the Equal Rights Amendment that supporters say could also protect abortion. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
All right, Don Jr. Mark Cuban now. No strong, intelligent women around Donald Trump.
While he's out there, looking like a version of Ellen DeGeneres. It's absolutely ridiculous. And Rachel Maddow, and it's Mark Cuban. I mean, these effeminate men, they want their women to follow and listen to whatever they say, because that's what the Democrat Party wants. They want people who are dependent on big government.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Businesses to watch. Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Taxes, tax, first payment, bank fee, and $39.99 down payment with Sunny. Buyer's current lease and also Nature Bank approval ends 11/10/24.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good day on Wall Street Tuesday, up across the board. The Dow gaining 361, the Nasdaq 245, and the S&P 500 up 61. Shares of NVIDIA climbed nearly 3%, pushing the chipmaker back into the top spot on the list of the world's most valuable companies via market capitalization, ahead of Apple. NVIDIA replacing Intel on the Dow come Friday morning. Boeing stock fell over 2% despite machinists ratifying a new labor deal ending a 2-month strike. Workers voting in favor of a contract that will deliver 38% in wage increases over the life of the 4-year deal. China has issued a complaint with the World Trade Organization alleging the European Union has improperly sent anti-subsidy tariffs on new Chinese-made electric vehicles. And Bernie Marcus, the co-founder of the Home Depot, has died at the age of 95. The billionaire was also a big Republican donor. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The presidential race was called perhaps earlier than many of us thought, but it was certainly not the only race. Tuesday night, voters had lots to decide upon, and now we're looking at the balance of power. What will a future President Trump be working with in the way of a House and a Senate? I'm joined by Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern and Fox News Radio's political analyst Josh Krausauer. Josh, we know the Senate went to the Republicans pretty early Tuesday night. That got established. It was called quickly. We got a race call early on out of West Virginia. We knew that was coming. Governor Jim Justice was going to take outgoing Democratic Senator Joe Manchin's seat. Then we got word Deb Fischer was going to hang on to her seat in Nebraska, the Republican incumbent there. That had been a bit of a risk. And then we got word that Bernie Moreno, businessman in Ohio, was pushing Sherrod Brown out of his incumbency in Ohio. Sherrod Brown's been in that seat since 2006. He was in Congress since 1992. I mean, very significant win. What do we make of now the balance of power in the Senate? It has officially shifted.
Yeah, we were expecting a Republican majority given the map. But boy, it looks like Republicans may be poised to run the table in so many of these big battleground Senate races called Ohio, Sherrod Brown, John Tester, Jess, as you just laid out. West Virginia is another pickup, Joe Manchin's seat. But there could be Trump coattails in the blue wall states where Trump wins Pennsylvania, but Dave McCormick also leading Bob Casey in the Senate race there. You've got Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin on the ropes against Eric Hovde. Same with Mike Rogers in the lead against Alyssa Slotkin. So you could, I mean, and even in Nevada, the Senate race, which looked like a Democratic hold, is now a lot more close than a lot of us expected. So you could see, if everything goes the Republicans' way when all is said and done, 54, 55 seat majority for Senate Republicans, which is not just a working majority, but it's could give a new Trump administration the ability to get a whole lot done and not have to worry about bruising confirmation fights in the new year.
Jared, and this isn't over. We could see, like Josh said, there could be additional seats that go the way of some more Republicans. It's not going to necessarily be that many, but we could see. I mean, talk to us about, I guess, how well, I mean, what I was going to say is, Chad Pergram, our chief congressional correspondent, always says that it's about the math. Sure. It's about the math. And the math is a lot easier the more people you have. And so when you think about narrow majorities, you think about a governing coalition in the House and the Senate, having just a 1-seat or a 2-seat margin in both chambers is really dicey, right? Because you do have members of your party who are going to step out on a number of issues, whether it's, personal politics, whether it is regional for their district, for their state. And I'm reminded of the major legislative accomplishment of the first Trump term, which was that tax bill. Recall that they used I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but they used budget reconciliation. It was a way to do it without the filibuster in the Senate. But the Senate wasn't what was in doubt. It became an issue with, are they going to have enough votes among Republicans in the House of Representatives? Because there were, from high tax states, New York, New Jersey, other Republicans who didn't like some of the provisions as it related to some of the tax deductions that you could take from state income tax. I say that.
Salt, yes. I say that to say this, is that was a bigger majority than House Republicans have right now. So if you see a similar majority in the House shaping up, and those majority makers are in places like New York, are in places like California, those types of issues that that a President Trump is going to want to push through on the economic side is hard. And so in many respects, having a 1 or 2 seat majority is not going to be enough for any president. And we've seen that play out in a number of ways. Look at President Biden, his inability to get things done through what became the Inflation Reduction Act, initially Build Back Better. Joe Manchin, the outgoing Democratic senator for West Virginia, single-handedly cut that in half, right? Single-handedly cut that in half because they needed every single Democratic vote in their narrow majority. The vice president, Kamala Harris, actually cast a tie-breaking vote. She doesn't have a tie to break if Manchin doesn't come on board. So it shows that the margin of the margin that he will be working with in either the House or the Senate will play a great deal in what he is able to achieve, especially on the domestic front.
And Josh, you were saying the Democrats are probably happy that the filibuster's still in place right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the Republicans a lot of these races are very close. We have not called them, but they're looks like Trump.
But 60's probably out of reach.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But 54, 55 is well within reach. Yeah. And Trump literally had some coattails in Ohio and in these blue wall states where we still don't know who's going to win. But clearly the Senate candidates are running behind Trump, but his margin of victory could end up pulling them across the finish line. So we're not talking about just a narrow Senate majority for Republicans. Whatever the final number is, he's not going to have to worry so much about cabinet nominations. He'll have he can lose some senators and still likely get a lot of his picks through, and he'll be able to get an agenda passed. We'll see what happens in the House, which, contrary to what Trump said, is still too close to call. We'll see where that ends up. But this is a real opportunity for Trump to really translate his populist instincts into a governing mandate.
One more point I would make about that, especially as it relates to the Senate, is over the last several years, you have seen the House Republicans be much more MAGA-y, much more in line with the MAGA movement than Senate Republicans, who tend to be kind of more what used to be the mainstream traditional Republican Party, right? If some of these races start tilting for the Republicans in these states, those are Republicans who are cut much more from a Trump MAGA cloth. That would make governing much easier in a Trump administration.
Well, speaking of that, then who's going to be the new Senate Majority Leader?
Well, I'll tell you what. We heard Ryan Schmelz, our congressional correspondent in Washington, make the point earlier as well that if Trump weighs in on that race, that'll be ball game over. Now, it is a secret ballot. You don't know which of your colleagues votes for you or against you unless they tell you. But right now, it is between John Thune, who is currently the number 2. He would be the natural successor, but he has been critical at times of Donald Trump. You have John Cornyn, somebody who has been in Senate leadership before, longtime member of the Senate, has been able to kind of navigate the old school and new school kind of Republicans. And then you have Rick Scott, who is really the most MAGA of all of them. Yeah. He right now is, I think, seen as more of the dark horse in that race. But again, if you see Donald Trump weigh in on that and say, I want this person to lead the Senate Republican majority, that's going to go a long way. And so I would anticipate that over the next several days, anybody who wants that position, whether it's John Cornyn, John Thune, or Rick Scott, probably gets on the phone a few times to Mar-a-Lago and has some conversations about what the agenda might look like.
All right, let's talk about the House before we go. We'll go just through some of the possibilities here. Ken Calvert in California might lose his seat. Duarte could lose his seat in California 13. New York, we have two seats that look like the Republicans are in trouble. Mark Molinaro, Anthony D'Esposito, David Schweikart, and Juan Ciscomani. They're struggling in Arizona. Yeah. Looks like Michigan 8. Dan Kildee left that vacant. Looks like it might go to the Democrat there, who was ahead of the Republican. It's not all flips to Democrats. Like we look at Pennsylvania right now, District 7 and 8 held by Democrats. The Republican candidates are ahead. Josh, when you look at the Pennsylvania races and you see all these potential Republicans possibly losing their seats, but in Pennsylvania, it looks like they might hang on, or that the Republicans actually might win, rather. Is this just a tale of different states?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cross currents in the results for the House so far, and it's still to be determined which party holds a narrow House majority. I mean, the Pennsylvania wins for the Republicans are very significant.
If they get confirmed, yes.
If that ends up being if that gets called in the GOP's direction, but California could be a problem for the Republicans, and in New York, the parties are the Republicans have already lost 2 seats up in Syracuse and in the Hudson Valley. So it's a mixed bag when it comes to the House races. Republicans have a little bit of a 5-seat cushion to play with, but it takes a long time for California to count their votes and to call races. So I think we'll probably have to wait a few days to see which party has the majority. I would say that with Trump winning the presidency by the margin he looks to, the popular vote margin he looks to be accomplishing, it's probably you'd probably rather be the Republicans than Democrats when it comes to the House majority, but it's going to be very, very close.
If Pennsylvania is the story of maybe a reddish tilt, when you look at Juan Ciscomani and David Schweikert really battling to keep their seats in Arizona, which was the one state taken out of the toss-up column and put into the lean R column ahead of Election Day by our Fox News pollsters. How interesting is that if there's a real struggle between red and blue in the state of Arizona?
Yeah, it is interesting because you're seeing in Arizona some of the classic affluent suburban districts.
Yeah,
we've talked about Don Bacon in Omaha too, and you've got Ciscomani in Arizona. You've got Schweikert in the Scottsdale area. The one area where Democrats did okay were these affluent suburban areas that kind of make up the Democratic Party's base these days, and that wasn't enough for Kamala Harris, but it may be enough for a handful of these swing district Democratic candidates to win a handful of seats in states like Arizona, California, even the state of New York.
Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar and Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me on this election morning.
Thanks, Jess.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE. 844-53-BIBLE.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone, premiering Sunday at 8/7 Central, only on Paramount Network.
Legacy. We build something worth having. Someone's going to try and take it. What I'm doing isn't for the ranch. It's for us.
America's #1 show returns.
I spent my whole life here. Me too.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Unlike you, I keep my promises.
The epic return of Yellowstone, Sunday at 8/7 Central on Paramount Network.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
They call me the Bubble Wrap Mom. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Yeah, I'm always concerned about safety and privacy, but it goes well beyond being just a protective parent. And that's where DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro comes in. It's actually a 3-in-1 subscription service. And yes, it includes DuckDuckGo's VPN, personal information removal, as well as identity theft restoration. All three are pretty incredible. But I love the VPN because it gives me that extra layer of online protection. So the other day I was getting my hair done, and you know how usually it'll come in not a secure connection. I don't have to deal with that because, of course, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection. Anytime, anywhere, at home, work, in the coffee shop, or, if I'm getting my hair done. So I hope you check it out. Right now, get an exclusive 7-day free trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Then you'll pay $9.99 a month. Again, DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Sue Guzman. Fox News projecting Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris. He addressed supporters in West Palm Beach early this morning.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Harris did not address her supporters. Campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond said the vice president will speak today.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The NBA has suspended Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid 3 games for shoving a newspaper columnist. The suspension would start when Embiid is healthy enough to play. Dodger slugger Shohei Ohtani underwent successful shoulder surgery to repair a torn labrum. Oregon is ranked first in the initial college football playoff poll for the new 12-team format. Ohio State, Georgia, and Miami round out the top 4. The Washington Commanders acquired 4-time Pro Bowl selection Marcus Lattimore from New Orleans prior to the trade deadline. The Detroit Lions picked up defensive end Zadarius Smith from the Cleveland Browns. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. How much I love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home, especially that wall of glass patio doors that replaced some windows when you walk into my foyer area. You know by now if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But did you know they also install shutters? A perfect complement to your new windows. For the month of November, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is giving away a pair of shutters when you purchase 2 pairs. The right shutters can really enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Get all the details. That's ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility comes crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group now. Text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Are you working out, eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. But now, there's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code Radio50. That's promo code Radio50 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code Radio50.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, November 6th. Oh, yes, it is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is how you climb aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can reach us on YouTube. I am on Twitter at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. In the words of one afternoon drive host here in this building, victory! I can't even yell it the way he does, but you get the point. Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you?
Woohoo! Hallelujah!
Did you get any?
Greg.
Did you get any? Did you get any sleep, dear?
I did. When I saw House Speaker Johnson, who's not exactly a party animal, and they said that he was headed to the Mar-a-Lago party, I don't even know what time it was, but I went, yeah, he's not. I don't know that man's partied like ever.
Yeah. You imagine Mike Johnson hanging from a chandelier in his skivvies with a bottle of champagne?
Please, God, give us that video. I don't even, you know what I mean? But seriously, when I saw that he was flying in for the Mar-a-Lago celebration, I was like, yeah, I'm going to bed.
Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Who do you think is happier today? President Donald Trump or President Joe Biden? By the way, I would like to say this. I would like to say this to all of the advertisers that are going to want to jump on the 1210 WPHT bandwagon. The line starts around the building, okay? Because we have on this radio station, we have the pulse of this listening area. No other radio station does, okay? Let me just say that again. No other radio station has the pulse of what's going on in this area other than 1210 WPHT. So, to all the advertisers that stuck with us through all of this nonsense, thank you. Thank you. And you're here for us. And to all the newbies that want to get on the bandwagon, the line starts around the building.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was fun to watch as they were saying, well, what happened? A lot, and I saw even like CNN saying, well, it was really grassroots. There was a lot of this, and I wonder what they meant. They're not going to give talk radio credit, but I will say this: last night when Trump was talking to Zioli in that 7 p.m., 7:30-ish hour, he talked about Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and he talked about, wow, you know, Rich, you've got a big following, and talked about our listeners, and so.
By the way, I just want to commend Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli, Jimmy Fala, who else? Michael Pelka, Matt Rooney, Will Kane was on with us. Everybody, thank you all so much for what an incredible evening.
Linda Kearns, she became a correspondent.
You guys have all, thank you, everybody. You guys really knocked it out of the park. It's why we do what we do here. It's why we're live and local. You're not getting a national perspective. This is a local perspective that we're getting right here on the ground in Philadelphia and the surrounding counties and the surrounding areas. Thank you all very much for everything. Thank you.
Yes. Big shout out to all of the producers as well that handled the audio, that handled the video, the booking. You know who you are. Dan Borowski, Matt DeSantis, on down the list, Phil Almquist, every single producer that had their hands in the pot last night. Great work out of everybody. And finally, we are unburdened by what has been the last 4 years. We'll get to a big take. I actually just wrote the big take about 25 minutes ago. So if there's bad grammar, if the punctuation is off, apologies. I had 3.5 hours of sleep. There'll be no audio. There'll be no video. It's just going to be pure reaction, and we'll get to that. And all of your reaction all morning long. I anticipate lots of phone calls, lots of tweets, lots of people already lined up in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I know.
Like 10,000 people already streaming us.
It's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
People were already, in the 5 o'clock hour, there was a couple hundred people in there. So
let's go. Let's do it. All right. 6:05. Not that really anything else matters right now, but there could be some stuff going on locally. Let's get to it. Round number 1, fresh off of 92 minutes of sleep, the great Dawn Stensland.
We are sponsored this morning, 6 a.m. News. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. This November 6th, if you're just waking up, well, Donald J. Trump has been declared the victor as the 47th president of the United States of America. So it's official.
As I was saying,
Trump Force 47 worked. So he gave about a 9-minute speech. I know J.D. Vance gave a speech, but I want to take you closer to home. We'll still find there were bomb threats, and we talked about this last night during our special live coverage, but there were these bomb threats across the country, some of which there are allegations that this was Russia or Russian interference to try to call in bomb threats. Is that the case for Chester County? That investigation is ongoing. So many county officials were scrambling to make sure that those voters could go to other polling places because the bomb threat called in to the Chester County Municipal Building there obviously displaced people they had to evacuate. So they very quickly, I think, in their flexibility, were able to get people to go where they needed to go and so that they could vote. But when you think about, I'll just take you through it for Pennsylvania. I mean, Dave McCormick against U.S. Senator Bob Casey Jr., longtime incumbent. That one is a lot of these too close to call and not official. I know that Ryan McKenzie has claimed victory over his incumbent. This is Susan Wild in the Lehigh Valley congressional race that we have talked a lot about. There are so many Pennsylvania races that we need to go down ticket and look at all these different individuals in Pennsylvania and what that means. So as far as the House, I know that officially that has not been called, but the results coming in show Republican Dave Sunday in the lead for Attorney General right now. So we're looking at all of these for you, all of these different races. The Democrats, on the Democrat side, I think the biggest Democrat victory that people are talking about is that Democrat Andy Kim in New Jersey won that open New Jersey seat. Obviously, that was Bob Menendez, disgraced Menendez. And so defeating, though, Republican Curtis Bashaw.
By the way, they didn't, at least on CNN, they didn't call New Jersey until 4:30 this morning.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, effective like an hour ago, all I was seeing was Fox News had declared it, which was back at 1:30 in the morning. And then I'm seeing the New York Times website, CNN, all holding out some sort of hope. And this is after Kamala Harris conceded. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I think this time around, maybe it was even Fox News was a little late, even though they were before CNN. If you were flipping back and forth, Fox News was like, and the 47th, president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And CNN was like, well, she hasn't conceded. We were too, not official.
By the way, watching MSNBC, if you watched them at like 5 or 6 o'clock and then watched them at 11 o'clock, it was completely different. Because if you looked at because all these reports, Lehigh University, there were 7-hour lines, the waits and stuff like that. And everybody's like, wow, this is going to be a huge turnout. College kids, all these college towns. Temple University, the one, one of the precincts down there. There were lines out there. They were like, "Wow, this is unheard of. This is unprecedented."
Yeah, Hannity was talking about Temple a lot last night.
And then the first county started. The first dribs and drabs started coming in, and all of a sudden they were like, "Well, Trump is overperforming here." Trump's overperforming there.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is underperforming here.
How about them Amish?
Yes. By the way,
I called this. I did call it.
You did. You were all over the raw milk, right?
The raw milk, the spilled milk. You don't raid don't mess with the Amish. Don't raid there. Don't bring your SWAT team to the farms.
To that point, I know we're getting way ahead of our skis here, but to that point, Phil, can you pull up cut 8? This is Jake Tapper last night on CNN when they were when him and John King where they were talking about Bucks County, and they were looking at all of the areas where Joe Biden did in 2020 compared to Kamala Harris. And his reaction when they break this news to him is amazing. Cut 8, go.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one
Is that thing
county?
working?
It's literally not one county.
I saw a stat last night, and this had to be about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and I didn't want to get too crazy because it was still, quote, early in the evening. But she was still at the same number Joe Biden was in Pennsylvania with suburban females. Now, I want people to think about how impossible that can be, right? In 2000, I think it was 56 or 58%. That was the number Joe Biden had. Kamala Harris did not even go up a tenth of a point at that point in the night. Maybe it changed. I'm not sure. But you would have to think as a biological female, she would automatically improve on Joe's numbers. After Roe v. Wade 2 years ago, she would automatically improve, even if just by a smidgen. And at that point last night, at like 10:45 at night, she did not. If that doesn't go to show you how unlikable and unqualified she is, nothing will.
Congratulations to my favorite redhead in politics. This is Stacey Garrity, treasurer. So that race is a good one. And incumbent Republican U.S. Representative Dan Musier. He's projected to win. They're writing. It's like 71%. So he represents a lot of the coal country, so-called, of Pennsylvania, Berks, Luzerne, Schuylkill. And look at the futures in the stock market right now reacting, going crazy.
I will say again what I said 10 minutes ago. All the future advertisers, the line starts around the building, okay? Because this radio station has the pulse of this listening area.
I think the rates are going up, too.
Scope, get on this, buddy.
Yeah, get a little bump here, boss.
100% rate increase. Let's go.
Yep.
So it's a big celebratory morning. And, look, again, McCormick, the big U.S. Senate race for Pennsylvania, not called yet. So we're still getting those numbers finalized and getting those in.
I got to tell you, I'm stunned by that, Dawn. I said, I didn't make hardly any predictions, but I did. I think we kind of gave like a soft prediction on the Senate race. And I'll admit, for being wrong, I said on the air I thought he was going to lose by 6, 7, 8 points. So that is one of the biggest developments. I did not see that coming. I really didn't.
The forecast today might not see that coming. 80 degrees.
Oh,
summer
man.
light.
Wow.
Summer-like day
Thank
for
God.
us. So 80-degree day.
We'll all be sleeping all day.
I know.
That's right. Oh, the nap today is going to be off the charts. No alarm today, by the way.
I got to ask both of you because Phil Almquist came in at 4:45 when I got here this morning and said, did you get any sleep? And I told him that I napped. I napped for about 2 hours last night.
Yeah, but I took 2 naps from about 11:30 to 1:30 and then about 2:15 until 4.
Dawn. You?
I can't nap. So during the day, no, I never nap.
No. Did you sleep last night?
I did. Like I say, whatever time that was that Mike Johnson seriously was like en route and said he was flying to Mar-a-Lago, whatever that time was, that's when, so maybe I got like 2 or 3 hours sleep.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I think, we're all running on fumes and adrenaline and the excitement. And, I know we'll break down the vote, Hispanics going for Trump. I mean, there's so much to look at this.
Paul Paul in the YouTube chat says, "What time does The View come on?"
Good one.
Oh man,
is it on during the dawn show? Is it on mid morning? Right.
I'm curious what MSNBC is doing. I want to.
Oh yeah. Did Mika?
Yeah.
Is she like having a meltdown?
Oh, Joe Scarborough is probably crying in his Hanes.
Who was it?
Oh, they didn't even. They're not even. They're still doing election coverage.
Oh,
so they're
really?
not.
Yeah, so they're.
Do a welfare
the U.S.
check on
Senate
Joy
officially,
Reid.
they're saying they're very pouty, sourpuss face, though, aren't they? So it's somebody on our chat and somebody, there's Jeff Bartos, Joy. So just so many. My phone is going crazy, but I will say this: that there are so many people who are, celebrating this morning. Somebody asked, why would anybody watch CNN last night?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was fun to flip around and see the sourpuss, pouty faces, like Caitlyn, like all of them. They were just so negative energy and sourpussy. And so then you go over to Fox and they're, you know what I mean? Like different stations. It was a hoot.
I got to say, everybody accuses the right of being in, their own echo chamber. And a lot of times they are. But nobody ever says that about liberals.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, were they in an echo chamber last night. They did not. I don't think at least what I saw from like right wing Twitter, people were like, yeah, this could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
Left wing Twitter was like, there's no chance that he can win.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at these things, like I was seeing like Harris blowout. I was looking at these things. I was just like where are they getting this data from?
I know. I really think they thought that they could just win this and pull this off with Trump derangement syndrome, Hitler, and Roe v. Wade, and it was not enough. Not even close.
Yeah,
Stunner.
I mean, we really have to re-examine where not us, but like people have to re-examine where they get their news from.
Yep.
Seriously.
Yep.
Oh, Mika's wearing all black.
There
neck scarf.
It's a funeral.
Hang on.
Her black neck scarf, so she could like pull it over her head like a babushka. She's in mourning.
Oh man. If there was ever a day to soak in the mainstream media while you still listen to us on the radio, just
going to come down to the gender gap. So what happened here?
Okay, so let me take this in a couple of pieces. So gender gap, it existed, right?
No,
Women backed Vice
is.
President Harris. Men backed
the hell with them.
President-elect.
Who is that?
Former
See, that's not.
president.
Mika's not even speaking.
That's fine.
She is all
look at
in
her.
black. That is amazing.
Right? She's
at a
mourning.
funeral.
Just pull that neck scarf around over her head, just to grieve. All right, but we're certainly celebrating this 80-degree forecast. Official numbers still coming in. You'll get it all here. Don't worry. But we're sponsored by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Just schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer. Budget Blinds, thank you for sponsoring us. It would be a perfect week, Nick Kayal and Greg Stocker, if we make sure that Dallas just loses bigly.
Yes.
Is
week.
Is that tonight? Or
Isn't
tomorrow
Dallas
night?
week
Or
this
no.
weekend?
No, it's Sunday.
Oh,
I know.
Sunday.
What day is
Okay.
it?
Right.
in America?
I
Coming
this
up
weekend.
Sunday, yeah.
It's Dallas week.
I think I'm still drunk, honestly. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
I'm drunk
now.
on victory right now. I was completely sober last night. By the way, my anxiety was off the charts.
By the way, to all the all the people out there on MSNBC, and I said this to everybody in 2020: relax. It'll be okay. You'll get through this.
Yeah.
The sun will come up. The days will go on.
Mm-hmm.
Your life is, it's fine. Just relax. Everybody relax. Thank you.
All right. Dawn, you have a sponsor to hit?
I did. Budget Blinds.
all right.
Motorization.
There's no chance we're gonna be.
Yeah.
We're gonna be on.
I know.
On track today.
Here we go. 6:18. Thank you very much, Dawn. Let's get to a post-election big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The big take this morning. It is brought to you by Wawa, the greatest comeback of all time. Victory, vindication, redemption. Donald Trump and all of us who voted for him can soak it in. How sweet it is. And in Trump's words, success will be our revenge. Quote, I don't have time for revenge. I have a lot to do starting on day one. End quote. Fox News and others calling the election for Donald Trump in the wee hours of this morning, with the Electoral College showing Donald Trump at 277, Kamala Harris at 226. Trump winning North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, which renders Michigan, Arizona, Nevada meaningless. On June 27th, Donald Trump took out Joe Biden. On November 5th, Donald Trump took out Kamala Harris. The Democrats, the left wing, the mainstream media, and the attempted assassins, they all failed to take out the garbage. They failed. They failed to take out the trash. And all of us deplorables can soak it in. Because this is a glorious comeback, and one that all of you should absorb. Hoaxes, investigations, impeachments, indictments, arrests, arraignments, mugshots, and bullets. Donald Trump is still standing. Republicans still standing. Hitler, Nazis, and the most disgusting rhetoric possible were still standing. Because Donald Trump and all of you refused to quit. You did exactly what was asked of you. Fight, fight, fight. And indeed, you did. You took advantage of early voting in person. You capitalized on mail-in ballots. You stayed in line. And on election day, you got your fat ass off of the couch and you voted for Donald Trump. That's what you did. A Republican Party like I've never seen before. Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, all joining the Donald Trump GOP party, the Republican movement. It is a totally different party than it was years ago. Endorsements from guys like Joe Rogan, women, black voters, Hispanic voters, Jewish voters, Arabic voters, saying that Donald Trump is the best option. And a big shout out to Laura Trump, Michael Watley, Linda Kearns, and all of those who helped as a poll watcher and an observer, the lawyers, the legal experts, for making sure this was a safe and secure election. And the Democrats were right. They were. It was about joy, hope, and change. The joy experienced all over the nation at this very moment. We kept the hope alive, and we got change. And now we get to bathe in the tears of all of those who manufactured and created the chaos in the media and in the government. I'm talking to Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, John Kerry, Bill Clinton. How you feeling right now? Former Republicans like the Cheneys, the Romneys, and the Bushes, who had the temerity to support the most left-wing senator of all time, Kamala Harris? How are you feeling about that right now? And to all of those in the lamestream media, how you doing this morning? CNN, MSNBC, CBS, ABC, NBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the USA Today, the Philadelphia Inquirer. You mad? Yeah, you are. Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, Anderson Cooper, Jake Tapper. We're just checking on you. And to all of the unhinged women on TikTok that say, I can't talk to my dad no more. He voted for Trump. Did you sleep last night? Or did you go live on TikTok? And we also have to do a status check on the following corrupt officials, because I'm not forgetting anybody. Let's talk about the DOJ. Let's talk about Larry Krasner. How you doing, Larry? Let's talk about all the prosecutors all over the country. Has anybody done a welfare check on, I don't know, Merrick Garland? What about Jack Smith? How you doing, Jack? Letitia James, Fonnie Willis, Nathan Wade, Alvin Bragg, Judge Engamoron, as Dawn would say. And to all of the haters out there that bashed all of us. To the haters that bashed me. Oh, Nick, terrible career choice. Don't do it. And for publicly supporting Donald Trump. I just don't tweet about it. Don't talk about it. Where are you at now? Because I have the receipts. And this election was about receipts, if you think about it. 4 years of Donald Trump, 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And you could compare and contrast the results. The economy, the border, energy, inflation, crime, wars, all of the issues favored Donald Trump. But I can't lie, I was nervous. I did not make a prediction because I had no idea which way this thing would go. I was not going to be shocked if Kamala Harris won. A lot of people vote with their feelings. A lot of dum-dums out there. I was nervous, but I was also cautiously optimistic because I had a sense that we were going to see a boost with black voters, Hispanic voters, and across other demographics. And I knew if it came down to policy, it's Trump all day. But I can't lie, I was scared of women. I was scared of Roe v. Wade. I was scared of TDS. But common sense, sanity, and results prevailed. And mean tweets are back. And hopefully so is the American dream and what could be. I know it's about a victory right now, but 4 years of Trump, 8 years of J.D. Vance, who knows? Endless possibilities, sky is the limit. But last night signified the end of the nonsense, especially if Republicans keep the House. Trump back in the White House, the Republicans in control of the Senate, and well on their way to maintaining the House. The nonsense is over. Things like DEI, CRT, and all the woke garbage. That era of American politics came to an end. Identity politics, dead, buried, gone. Comeback for the ages. Now, it is time to make America great again. Again. For a second time. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa. As if you've heard from Wawa about their pizza, oh, it's phenomenal. But did you know that Wawa's pizza is really affordable at a great price? Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10, because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. We will take your calls all morning long as we continue. Donald Trump back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Maybe you're in such a great mood, you're ready to go buy a car right now. You're going to go at like 8 o'clock this morning as soon as they open up. Can I suggest the 2025 Hyundai Tucson? Well, it's the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new design, has plenty of cargo space, while the standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. I don't know, maybe you're going to drive down to Mar-a-Lago right now. Maybe you're going to drive down to the White House and just toot the horn for a little bit. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai off of Route 202 in Westchester. Online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath, regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning 125-acre campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Washington. Coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon, on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Holy cow.
Yeah, Harriet, and that's pretty much how everybody feels this morning as Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, has just become the 47th president of the United States. And right now, I'm looking at all the voting trackers. He's got about a 5 million vote lead in the popular vote. I mean, who the hell saw that coming? Trump up by 5 million votes in the popular vote. 855-839-1210. All of your calls coming up shortly, and we will get to you. I see all of you lining up. And just like yesterday when you were voting, stay in line because we are coming to you. Dawn Stensland, the floor is yours. I'll ask you one question, though. How many times do you think you will cry on the air today?
I didn't.
Let it go, girl.
Here's the thing that's funny. I didn't. I'm kind of surprised. I did not cry less. Even I knew, I felt this was coming, and so many of us, with girlfriends and moms from across and we were all like texting, but I didn't. I actually didn't.
Are you in shock? Has it not really hit home yet?
I just think that I really am not. I'm just so not surprised. I really believed that this was not going to be close. And I know some people were like, why is she saying that? But and it was just, it's not an analytics thing. It's just a feeling because, and I swear to you, I was praying about this and praying. And even I saw Kellyanne Conway, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, and she had put out something about, just worrying about Trump and his safety. And I just put out, pray for Trump and the family. But I think part of this is that people don't realize and on the left, it's disappointing that they still don't get it. And I hope that they do, that they keep making, this is racist, it's sexist, and all this and that. So it's obviously a combination. It is a referendum, in my opinion. But it's what I said, what I was saying about, I think it was yesterday, about the baggage. And so think about those first-time voters. Mm-hmm. So, and I know Melania Trump had tweeted out a picture of her 18-year-old,
and my 18-year-old, because we were pregnant back in the day at the same time in 2006, those individuals born in 2006. So think about what those 18-year-olds went through during the pandemic and what they saw, what they witnessed. And so I think part of this is not, you have to look at beyond the vice president who was put into this, thrust into the situation, less than like 90 days ago or something. So it's not all her. And I hope that Democrats look at that. This is also a piece of this is the same thing that happened, I would say, here in Philadelphia. We saw a referendum on this far left progressive movement. And so we saw Sherelle Parker ushered in as somebody who's considered more of an like old school moderate type of a Democrat, right? Even in a blue city like Philadelphia. But it was a rejection of all this whole progressive far left, like the Helen Gim. AOC came here to campaign. Remember, she was here within the past week. She was here. And she also campaigned in our mayoral race. What did that bring? A loss. So I hope that this whole progressive thing is done. It's over with. And I'm thankful for every family, every parent in the suburbs, all the school boards that have been worried about this ridiculous Title IX, Title IX change that Biden-Harris did that was way over the top. That, by the way, even though former President Obama had put in Title IX rules, they were nowhere near this. This was way far to the left.
Yep.
So I think that a lot of this that people don't see is that a lot of your first-time voters, they lived through what it's like to have a far overreaching government that tells you as a kid, you're banned from school. You can't go to sports. Right? They're still mad about it.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I think a part of that is they experience what that's like to have an overreaching government that's telling you what you can and cannot do. You must have a vaccine to go to school, whether it's middle school, high school, or college. All of those first-time voters. And then on top of it, different groups such as Hispanics and that group was taken for granted.
And it was also, and what we do here, and you see the sweatshirt right now that I'm wearing, free speech lives here. We talk about the adage of don't tread on me. And that's what they've done for the last 4 years. They tried to infringe upon your First Amendment rights to free speech. Obviously, we know her history with the Second Amendment with guns. And your point, vaccine mandates, mask mandates, the censorship, the shadow banning, the way in which you were treated in the early days of the pandemic. And this was your way to get back at the system and the establishment by voting for Donald Trump. And look, you think about this. I just saw this tweet. The Harris campaign, and, she could have had 90 years. I think the results would have been the same because she is unlikable, and she's always been that way. Remember, her approval rating was lower than Joe Biden's. She was a drain on Joe's ticket. They were thinking of replacing her in early 2023. And they put together in 90 days, after they subverted democracy, by the way, because remember, they voted for Joe Biden to be the nominee, and they said, no, we'll tell you who the option is. They had a $1.1 billion campaign. They trotted out every A-lister in their prime or out of their prime, and it still didn't matter.
What a waste of money.
What a waste of money. Trump's going to win the popular vote.
The Democrats really need to do some soul searching and find out what their coalition is, because I don't think when it's all said and done, it's going to be weeks before we know, this percentage of this voting block went for this person and, vice versa. I think what can be taken from this is that pieces of every group broke more for Trump. You know what I mean? So it's like, you have to the credit of this show and everybody on the station, we've all been saying that it's not one group that you need to win. You need to win, a more percentage of this group, more percentage of that group, more percentage of this group.
Pick a little here, pick a little off there.
But the Democrats are going to continually be on the losing side of this if they can't figure out how to speak to white working class men.
You're right. And we've seen the parties flip. This is about middle class, working, blue collar people that live paycheck to paycheck. And the Democrats, they catered to the progressive coastal elites, the Ivy Leaguers, the West Coasters. They catered to Gen Z, student loan bailouts. They were trying to buy your vote with that. All the LGBTQ plus nonsense. Again, focus on the heart of America. It's a very simple blueprint. They lost with the union workers up and down. And you're right. We'll see the exit polls in the coming days and weeks. And I'll come to your calls in just 1 second. But the one thing I feel pretty confident in now, seeing the results as they have come in, I really do think Trump got right around 18 to 20% of the black vote. And I'm going to be very interested to see how those numbers actually come out. I know last night, and again, it was very early in the broadcast, but I believe it was either Rich or it might have been, it was Jimmy Fallon. He saw one stat coming out that in Georgia, 25% of black voters were riding with Trump. Now, that's one state. That was at like 7:30 in the evening. So that's a very small piece of anecdotal evidence. But I do believe that number went up from 12% like I thought, and probably didn't get to 25. But again, if you got to 16 or 18%, and then the Hispanic vote, the Jewish vote, you name it, like Greg said, picking and just plucking little bits here, it's like a little buffet. You grab a little scoop of this, a little scoop of that.
I will say this too, that we have, in a way, we say we paint with these broad brush strokes. So the quote unquote Hispanic vote, the black vote, this vote, the women's vote. I think that Americans across the board in greater numbers just said, I believe that Donald J. Trump is the one who can fix all of this. And that's why, look at the futures right now, stock prices, bond yields, Bitcoin, by the way, surging as voters, returned former President Trump. He's to the White House. He's calling it a golden age. He has this rare opportunity, it looks like, that, and nothing's official, but, look at the numbers. So Trump with the Senate and the House, the trifecta here. And so it's a rare time that maybe they have 2 years to fix some things. And now they have to get busy and go to work. And then what about these Avengers? That's what we call them, with Tulsi and the team, right? An incredible team. And most of them, let's say 38 to 52. And so this is the face of your future Republican Party, what that looks like, redefining it. Are they going to redefine government with somebody like Elon Musk? They've talked about, shaving the fat and shaving the bureaucracy. So will they do that?
It's also, the Democrats need to find a way to speak to the listeners of this radio station. And I say that because we get painted as like it's just conservatives that listen to this. No, there's a lot of blue collar people that listen to this radio station that probably used to be Democrats, and they just don't. They've lost that. They've lost that group, and they're never going to make any sort of inroads with any sort of election if they can't talk to them.
Well, I would say this that they should maybe stop shaming us. Stop shaming us and stop name calling us and bullying us.
Yeah. Well, that's the failure. That's the failure of the Harris campaign. It was all she did was keep saying what people already thought or know of Trump.
It's well beyond Harris. Look at somebody that I've been talking about for years. Look at what happened to some ordinary moms in the suburbs. Let us not forget Meg Brock, what happened to her. And so this baggage of what they did, they were bullying people. Remember what they did to Moms of Liberty. These were moms. I was like texting back and forth. You headed down to the big convention. Their first convention was here in Philadelphia. And there were people reporting that the local Communist Party was giving out $50 gift cards to like homeless people or whoever to go and protest against these terrible, evil Moms for Lit. These were moms in minivans who were gathering and like praying for the future of the country and their kids not to be, indoctrinated. And so for this, here's the thing. I don't want to have a conversation about what Democrats need to do. You know what you need to do? You need to stop name calling. Stop having a sign in your lawn that says hate has no home here. Look within your heart. That's where the hate is. It's in your heart against people who think differently and want freedom and value freedom. That's what that's about. Don't be shaming me. And I'm sick of it. And I have had so many people come up to me, whether it was tailgating or whether it was at the grocery store, and I'm wearing my MAGA hat, and they're like, Dawn, thank you. Because you know what? I'm wearing my MAGA hat too. Why should I be ashamed? Why was I in the closet? Or why? And that's what they did to us. Mm-hmm. They made us feel ashamed because of our values. And friends, I have dear friends across the area. They had Trump flags not way out by the road. I'm talking about lit flags, like by their American flag, like close to the front door, that were demolished or vandalized. And by the way, where's Larry Krasner and others looking into that situation, coming up to their front door? So no shame on you. For trying to bully other fellow Americans and blocking the phone lines of people like Meg Brock and who became citizen journalists. Yep. And that's what's incredible to me is all these people rose up, and it's so American, is it not? Rose up and said, no, this is wrong, and started doing things very properly, filing those Freedom of Information requests, asking the right questions, right? Mm-hmm. And these are ordinary Americans who took it upon themselves to say, I will stand up for what I believe in. You can persecute me. And at the top of that is somebody who had 2 assassination attempts, shot in the air, fight. That was the rally call.
You're right. We've got the cut sheet coming up 1 hour from now. That is at 7:45. Tony Bruno live from Florida at 8:30. In the meantime, your phone calls, 855-839-1210. Let's start with Joe in Marlton. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Joe, you go right ahead.
Good morning. How is everyone doing today?
Woo!
I'm feeling good, brother.
Oh, man, I tell you, I walked into Wawa this morning on Route 70, and everybody was in there. We're getting our coffee, and I'm singing, oh, what a beautiful morning. And about half of the people stood there with their head down, stirring their coffee, where the other guys just bust out laughing.
Yeah, you can tell real quickly who's happy and who's not, right?
Oh, man. I got my man Ted from Swarthmore out there. I know he's driving with a big smile on his way into work today. And I tell you, I'm a long-time listener and a first-time caller. And I tell you what, I love you guys. You do a great job. And I feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin today.
Well, you should, man. You should enjoy it, soak it in, and extend it beyond today, Joe. It's not just about today, because remember, we had to deal with this nonsense for 4 years. So take it for 4 days, for 4 weeks, for 4 months, for 4 years. Enjoy it for as long as you want. And a lot of people told you it was improbable, it was impossible. But you know what? Miracles happen, and that wasn't even close last night. I mean, that was a beatdown. I mean, Trump just gave it to her, and he gave it to her good. And thanks to all the voters, that's how we get these results. 855-839-1210. We have to hit a break here, right? Okay. So let's hit a break. We're going to come back. We've got a couple of open lines if you want to get in. We're going to run the board, as many calls as we can get in from all of you. I would love to hear what you're thinking this morning, what you were thinking last night, when you started to feel like it was possible that he was going to pull this off. And I know he was, quote, the favorite, but it still does feel like an upset when you consider what he was up against from the machine. Your calls, 855-839-1210. We continue taking your reaction next on Kayal and Company.
We are off to paradise once again, the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. I hope you join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator, of course, in all of Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. I'm talking about Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, of course, and the brilliant Cinque Terre, 5378. Yes, that includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, and even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Call toll-free, 888-733-9494. Just go to conservativetours.com, and you can scroll down. You'll see my name and picture and a full itinerary with some of the pictures, the images of some of these beautiful places we're going to visit, like the hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And we will conclude this incredible tour on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. We have a lot to celebrate together. ConservativeTours.com. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry!
Oh yeah, 6:54, Kayal and Company, Victory Wednesday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Sensland, Greg Stocker, Bill Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. Woo! 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. Tony Bruno 830. And we'll also give you some of the media analysis, as the great Dawn Stensland would like to say, as all the other outlets from the mainstream and what they are reporting. I see the front page cover of the New York Times. Trump storms back. Stunning return to power after dark and defiant campaign. That's just a little glimpse into what the poor old New York Times decided to put up as front page material. Let's get to your calls, and we'll go to Jackson, New Jersey, and Roger is with us. Roger, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning. I think you guys should operate on less sleep more often. You're really, really great this morning.
Well, thank you very much.
I want to thank Laura Trump, because you think about it, she was kind of the unsung hero. She got us voting early. She got us really engaged, and I think that's the big thing. And we need to keep doing this forward, more and more, going early, voting often, whatever it takes. We need to start acting differently as voters. That's number one. And two, the hard work is yet to come. Like you said before, the DOJ, the FBI, CIA, they're not going to go away and take their marbles easily. They're going to need to be shown the door to people from and we need to get more people in the government. I mean, look who's taken over our War College and who's taken over our agencies. We need to get more people from Hillsdale College and other universities that believe the way we do to start applying for these jobs and start getting involved more and making the change. Because really, like I said, the fight has just begun. Because for the next 2 years, it's going to be all out. If you thought it was tough before with the name calling and the Hitler this and that, that was nothing. They are not going to go away easy. I guarantee that.
You're right. They're not going to go away easy, Roger, but I actually think the hardest part is past Trump. I really do. I think the hardest part was winning, because now he's going to have the Senate in his favor. He's likely going to maintain control of the House. He's going to be the king. He's going to be the sheriff. He's going to be the dictator all day. The whole bit, right? So they can say what they want. They can call him. It doesn't matter. He overcame it all. And why I say the hardest part is in the rearview mirror. Let's not forget what he did the first time around in 2017 and 2018 and 2019 before the you-know-what hit the fan in 2020. He's proven he can run a good economy like a business. He's proven he can secure the border and have significantly lower number border crossings without even finishing and getting the completion of the wall. He's proven that he didn't start a new war. First president in over 40 years that didn't start a new war. So I would argue the hardest part was getting back in office with what they threw at him, money-wise, big tech, big pharma, Hollywood, all the three-letter alphabet agencies out there. He overcame all of it, and he did it I don't want to call it a landslide, but he kicked her butt last night, right? So to me, the hardest part is over. You had to just get over the mountaintop. Now he can stay at the mountaintop. And it's going to be glorious. And I really am going to spend today consuming some of the mainstream media television shows. I'm going to look at all the websites, the Politicos, the Newsweeks, the Rolling Stones, because they're going to put a huge slant on it, right? Politico now saying that basically Trump got his get out of jail for free card. He'll never face the music. By the way, I never forget, folks, and I know this audience knows this, those indictments, those arrests, those arraignments, if Trump doesn't run for office, those never even come up in the first place, right? We saw that. They just started in 2023, and it was in March of 2023, and it started with Alvin Bragg, and then the next one, and then the next one, Washington, Georgia, Florida, you name it, locally, federally, statewide. It was all coordinated. It wasn't coincidental. It was all coordinated. And he still overcame it. So I think the toughest part is past him, and now he can kick butt and take names. 855-839-1210. More of your calls when we come back. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Cut sheet at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company as Trump is now 47. Back after this.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses talks about using exercise to combat his anxiety issues.
The working out is key in my case, and I force myself just to do 100 push-ups. Even if you run just around your block, you build yourself a place to go.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Let's talk about your mental health, free from fear or judgment. Most people experience feelings of depression, anxiety, grief, and hopelessness when dealing with stressful life events. If you need to talk, call or text 988 to connect with a trained professional who is ready to listen and provide support 24/7. The Philadelphia Crisis Line has trained counselors who get it. They understand that sometimes you need an ally, someone who will listen and get you the support and services you need. Call or text 988 because you matter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
You done pissed me off, Joe.
Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality.
Oh, it was clobbering time last night at the ballots, was it not? Donald Trump victorious. Republicans flipping the Senate and on the verge of maintaining control of the House. Looking very, very much like a clean sweep. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. As we continue here on this Wednesday morning, November 6th, Tony Bruno's coming up at 8:30, the cut sheet at 7:45. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 here at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, let's get into it this Wednesday morning as we wake up to a sunny day, an 80-degree day, record day weather-wise. Budget Blinds, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, 7 a.m. edition this morning. If you're just waking up, wow, the headlines today as in a victory speech in the wee hours of the morning, future Trump Force 47 President Donald J. Trump triumphant, vowing a richer, safer, stronger America, saying, "I will not let you down."
Yeah, we haven't played any of his victory speech yet. Should we play a little bit of it, Phil? Can you grab cut 7 since Dawn brought it up for, I'm just going to kind of, I have a bunch for the cut sheet, so we can play it again. But if you want to play a little bit of this cut 7, Phil. Dawn, I don't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana.
All right, there you go. Donald Trump, part of his victory speech last night, as we continue here with Dawn Stensland's news.
Yeah, so Donald Trump becoming the second person to win, the second man to win a second non-consecutive 4 years in the White House. So for history buffs, it was Grover Cleveland. And with the most multiracial coalition that the GOP has seen in decades, or I don't even know if we've ever seen this, and they're still tallying up all these numbers across the country, but the so-called, Hispanic vote, the black and brown vote, the black, whatever you want to say, the black vote. So they're still, tallying these numbers, but I believe at the end of the day, that's what we'll say, that this was a multiracial coalition, because across America, he just won big. I think that's the bottom line. They always want to put people in boxes, but to me, that's what's going on here. But Republicans winning clear control of the United States Senate, although I don't believe as of this minute, I don't believe that the official call has been made with regard to U.S. Republican senatorial candidate Dave McCormick. So against incumbent Democrat Bob Casey Jr. I don't believe they've officially called that. It's about 1 percentage point away.
He was up one, and I think the last I saw was 97% reporting.
So it looks very good for McCormick. And so, congratulations on that one. I'll just say down ticket, Stacey Garrity, U.S. Treasurer, Congressman Dan Musier, who I don't think Musier, what is that, 71%? So I think he was expected to hold that. He's the Republican incumbent. I'm talking about Pennsylvania here. But for Republican state representative here in Pennsylvania, Ryan McKenzie, he is flipping the Lehigh Valley seat in Congress, and this is a big one. It was one that we've been watching very carefully, beating the incumbent here. This is Democrat Congresswoman Susan Wild. This is Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district. She was seeking a 4th term, and she held that seat since 2018. She did have an early lead, but it appears as of right now that McKenzie, he did declare the victory in a speech to supporters, I think about 1:00 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's quote unquote officially called, so I always want to give you that information, but this is a very competitive so-called swing district, and it includes Lehigh, Northampton, and Carbon counties, plus parts of Monroe County.
That's my sister's neck of the woods. She's all over that one.
So he's somebody, with a business background, MBA, all of that, and somebody who's a very straight shooter. I mean, ran a campaign that was very, classy, very all about the economy and talking about fixing the economy, job creation. But I think that in a way, this might not be a sexy race. But if you want to look at, the younger generation, he and his wife just had a baby, and they're part of this future of the Republican Party that we're talking about. A more diverse group as far as younger and, maybe not ultra conservatives, but redefining the Republican Party. That's what we're really seeing here.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And I think you're seeing a lot of people that just look at the Trump common sense policies. You want to call it a populist movement. That's fine. I actually heard somebody say this yesterday, and it was kind of interesting because I think there are a lot of Trump supporters out there that certainly lean conservative, but might not be, staunch, hardcore conservatives. And one person characterized it as a radical moderate movement, which I don't really know what that means, but I like it. A radical moderate. I can live with that.
So Republicans will hold, all 3 of Pennsylvania's statewide row offices, and that starts in January. That's York County District Attorney Dave Sunday taking over now as Attorney General. And so that's huge, because think about what the Attorney General's office oversees, and with some of that will be overseeing the special prosecutor in charge of, for example, looking at crime on SEPTA, because remember, we had that going on. And so that's a direct little bit of a checkmate to somebody like DA Larry Krasner. So we'll just look at that. Treasurer Stacey Garrity, who I had mentioned, as well as Auditor General Tim DeFore, reelected last night. And these were tough, hard-fought races. So a good day for incumbents in the legislature, as most, if not all of them, seeking reelection will be returning to the Capitol for another term. So just looking, zooming in on some of the Pennsylvania races, wanted to bring you some of those. Sunday has promised, for example, Dave Sunday, to enforce and defend the abortion laws in Pennsylvania. Speaking out about that, arguing during a debate that there is no, quote, scenario that exists where he would ever prosecute a woman for having an abortion. So these were some of the talking points by Democrats, some of the claims. They did not work in this election.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just giving you a sprinkling of, some of these races, but 2 incumbent Republicans reelected to those other row offices. Treasurer Stacey Garrity of Athens, that's rural Bradford County, and then Auditor General Tim DeFore of Harrisburg. And so looking at all of these, just wanted to give you a few of these as we go through the day. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer. There's so much to cover in the news today and a lot of local news that we'll get into today. But I just wanted to give you some of those other headlines. As well, these bomb threats being called in across the nation that I've mentioned. We covered the press conference last night, but we don't have the culprit or a named culprit as to that bomb threat that was called in and forced the evacuation of a polling place that was in Chester County. That's still under investigation this morning, but I will say kudos to those officials who very quickly reacted with flexibility and made sure that all of those voters impacted were indeed able to vote. This is Kayal and Company News Live on the 61-degree morning, sunny skies, heating up to a balmy 80 degrees this November 6th.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:14. Let's get to your calls. 855-839-1210. We are going to take all of your calls here in the next half hour before we get to the cut sheet. And we start right at the top. Maureen is in Wynwood. She's on Talk Radio 1210. Maureen, good morning. How are you? Nope, that's the wrong one. Hold on, let me put that back on hold. Yeah, Maureen, right at the top here. I think I've been able to punch that up. Maureen, go right ahead.
Okay, good morning, guys. I am so wonderful. I can't even express it. So I went to bed at 2:45 because I ended up listening to Trump when he came out on stage.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple hours sleep and I'm about as high as a kite naturally.
Yep.
And it's just, I'm so excited and I wanted to jump up and down with you guys. So anyway, I wanted to just check in. I'm so relieved. I am so relieved.
Maureen, be honest, last night, at what point in the night or the wee hours of the morning did you start to feel like it was possible that he was going to pull this off?
Well, interesting, our younger son, he texted me probably even before 10 o'clock because we were looking at a website he had told us to start looking at, and he said, "It's all good, Mom." And that's when I started to, relax. But then I was so into it, I was so revved up, I couldn't even stop watching. We put on MSNBC and turned the sound off. We just had closed captions, and then we were listening to all you guys on the radio.
Oh, beautiful!
We wanted to watch. Yeah. Oh, of course. And Gary and I wanted to look at Rachel Maddow's face.
Maureen, thank you so much for the call. Thank you for listening. It's not a bad way to go about it, right? Listen to us on 1210 WPHT, put on MSNBC and mute it on television, and just watch the faces of Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow. It's a can't miss situation for you. 855-839-1210. Let's get a lot of people want to give us a shout out. I know Trump won, but 1210, we're going to take a little victory lap as well. Let's go to Sharon in Williamstown. Sharon, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You go ahead, Sharon.
Excuse me. Good. If I start crying, there are happy tears. But excuse me. I wanted to give all you guys a shout out for all the hard work you did. And especially to the people on the ground that were phoning into you guys about all the irregularities, the work that the people in Pennsylvania did to get Trump over this hump. It just fills me with so much joy. And I love you guys. I listen to you all the time. I'm 79 years old, and I did not want to spend my last few years on earth with a tyranny for our government. I just can't tell you how much I love you guys. I listened to you all night long. I had the television on mute. I watched it. I was disappointed in the beginning, and then as the numbers started to creep up, I started to think, we're going to do this. We're going to do this, but it's not over yet because we still have to get that house.
That's true. That is not a 100% certainty, but that is looking very, very good at this moment. Sharon, thank you so much for the call. We appreciate you staying up with us and getting up early. God bless you. 79 years old. 855-839-1210. Also, got to give a big shout out to Scott Pressler. You know, I've said many times on this show that the Republican Party should clone that dude 1,000 times over and just dispatch 1,000 different Scott Pressler lookalikes in the swing states, because the work that guy did in a lot of states, but maybe none bigger than Pennsylvania, was just remarkable. You talk about a tireless work ethic. I mean, that guy is just nonstop all the time. And a big shout out to him. A big shout out to Linda Kearns. And again, I said this, about a week or two before Election Day. I said, just relax. I feel very confident in Laura Trump and Michael Whatley with the RNC. I think, remember, she said the goal was to have 100,000. She ended up with, I believe, 230,000. And this is completely different than the way it was under Ronna McDaniel.
Do we have any numbers in the collar counties, Dawn? I know Bucks County went red, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did Northampton County do it? We got to find that, because I saw last night early on that she was up in Northampton.
And by the way,
I think Delco and Chester are still blue, though, right?
That I don't know.
Chester County is pretty mixed. So we'll. I just want to give a shout out on another race that Joe Picozzi, without the support of the Philadelphia Republican Party, he's on track to unseat Democrat state senator. So this is in our legislature in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but on track. I don't think it's officially called yet, but to unseat state senator Jimmy Dillon.
Oh.
And so this is in the Northeast in Philadelphia, which obviously Philadelphia deep blue, the Northeast less, is more, I would say light blue or pink. But this Senate seat, as of this morning, it looks like Picozzi is going to grab this, would be the first GOP state senator, second lawmaker in the General Assembly, alongside Representative Martina White, of course, to represent in Harrisburg. So this is our legislature in Pennsylvania. Obviously not a national race, but that's Joe Picozzi in the Northeast.
There you go. 855-839-1210. Let's grab, I want to go to Kevin in Carbon County. He wants to give 1210 WPHT a little bit of love this morning. Kevin, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Nick. I'm good. I couldn't be better. I want to thank all of you guys. I'm up around the Jim Thorpe area. I'm Carbon County's biggest PHT listener. I'm a second shifter, so I listen all morning. Then I bit and piece the podcasts when I get home at night. But another big race in the House. McKenzie is a win for me. I proudly voted for him yesterday. Muser obviously won big. He's just off to my northeast. He has Schuylkill and Luzerne.
Yep.
But up in Lackawanna, Rob Bresnahan knocked off Matt Cartwright. 20-some years in the House, and Cartwright's out too. So we got another big House pickup up to our north.
Yep.
Again, thanks so much to all of you. The coverage yesterday was top notch. With everybody throwing in a little bit of Matt Rooney late night and a little bit of Opelka. I loved it. Rich out in Pittsburgh. I was listening. I have you guys on my phone at work, but I'm not always at where I work because I work in a warehouse situation. So I'm listening here and there, but I kept it on my phone for my drive home. Put it on the computer last night. I listened right till the end, right till Dom signed off at midnight, and I went to bed knowing. I knew we had them. I knew.
Boy. Kevin,
so thank you, all of you.
You got it.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Kevin in Carbon County, 855-839-1210. More of your calls on the other side. What's on the cut sheet? We'll find out in just about 25 minutes.
First, I got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey there, Philly and South Jersey. Are you seeing price reduced signs popping up all over? Well, you can't blame it on the market, because if your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit and sit. You don't want that. Diane Cardano here, and I've been helping homeowners avoid those dreaded price cuts for over 30 years. I've got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home looks its best, sells fast, and for top dollar. How? Oh, it's all about smart pricing, staging, and creative marketing. A little investment and a solid pricing strategy can mean thousands more in your pocket. Yes, thousands. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, call me to get your home sold in 2 days for thousands more by making your home irresistible to buyers. Call me now for a copy of my new book, Model Home Mindset. Let's get your home sold fast. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that it's just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal Company, 7:28. The cut sheet in just about, we'll call it 16 minutes or so. It's not like something we need to hit on time every single day. We've only branded it to start at 7:45 and we get to it at 7:53. But what are you going to do? Sean Farish on Friday at 8:30. Tony Bruno today at 8:30. And can confirm our gal Esty, a.k.a. Kamala Harris, will be joining us tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
How did you know empathy, man?
Wow.
Oh, we do have empathy.
So we're going to hear from Kamala on this radio station tomorrow at 8:45.
That is correct, sir.
Interesting.
How about those
I like
apples?
That. I like that.
All right. 855-839-1210, the number. Let's get to your calls, and we'll start right at the top. Dave is in Chester Springs. Dave, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to give an update. I had a busy day yesterday. Worked the polls greeting. I did poll watching, and then hit some coffee, and then I was at the central scan of the mail-in ballots in Chester County. So we were actually counting the mail-in or observing the mail-in ballot counting when the news came across, and we were a little surprised because we thought maybe Wisconsin or Michigan would get called, but then Pennsylvania got called, and we had all those ballots there, so we were all happy, and then pretty much the other side kind of started shuffling their feet, dragging their feet, and probably shuffled out, most of them within 30 minutes. We watched the acceptance speech on a cell phone in the break room, so we all gathered around and enjoyed it. So I stopped and had some pancakes for breakfast, and I'm not really tired.
Beautiful. So you have actually not gone to sleep, if I gather.
No, not since 6 a.m. yesterday.
Wow.
You were out there with, that race out in Chester and Berks County with first time, school teacher Neil Young, Republican. It looks like, he was beaten by the incumbent Chrissy Houlihan, who's the Democrat. But 53% to 47% of that vote, you look at, that, to me, I look at that race and I think if Neil Young had had a little more support, more money, he drove around in his Neil Young bus, total grassroots situation, still got, nearly 47% of that vote, respectable there.
So, we'll take the day off today, but tomorrow we're going to hit it back up for next year, so no time for rest.
All right. Dave,
momentum.
Thank you so much for the phone call. Enjoy the victory, and you're on 25 and a half hours of no sleep. Get some rest. 855-839-1210. Let's go. Hey, we'll stay right in order. Mike is in Abington. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Mike, you go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? Fun and games were done. We're over. This is past. Now we got to get to work. And I disagree. The hard part is behind us. The thing no one talked about in this election is we have a $37 trillion debt. The house is on fire. The floors are burning from under us. And I can't accept another $5 trillion, $4 trillion, $3 trillion, $1 trillion. I want a president that has an idea how to send it reeling backwards. Mm-hmm. It's the number one issue. I hope when you talk to him, it's the biggest thing you say to him. How are you going to do that? Because everything else pales. It's the only thing that really matters. All the things about, he has 24 hours to end the Ukrainian war and all that. Okay. I don't know how any of this is going to happen, but I do think that if we can home in on that one thing, just the one thing, form a cabinet. I think that's going to be very hard. Form a cabinet. We have the Senate. We have the Congress. What is the plan to send this deficit clock or stop it and to send it flying backwards. Because if we don't do that, this country cannot exist.
Well, that's going to be on him to start talking about that as soon as he gets into office officially. And look, Mike, you don't even want to enjoy the day after winning the election. I mean, it's not like he can do a whole bunch of things right now until Inauguration Day and he gets in there. You can start formulating your plan and, what Elon Musk is going to do as far as government efficiency and picking your cabinet. But, we still have, 10 weeks away until Inauguration Day. Hey, Mikey won. Enjoy it for today. Well, let the rest of everybody. We'll figure it out. Relax. I get it. You're a fiscal conservative. I'm in the same boat as you. I don't want to be spending like a drunken sailor. You didn't ring the debt up overnight. You're not going to reduce the debt overnight.
Well, part of the reason that a lot of people say with Trump, if you look at all the polling, is that people trusted that he's better with money and better at something like this. So he's already talked about it. I mean, I know that, you may say the celebration. Remember, he's not a drinker. He's not hungover this morning. You know that you have all these hungover people in Mar-a-Lago. He's probably already at the, breakfast table saying, how are we going to fix this? And so that's part of the reason that he polled well on this very issue, to say, how are we going to work this? Mm-hmm. And part of his plan that he's talked about is job creation. In other words, cutting, and that's just it. I'd never seen that in my lifetime. When he cut the corporate tax, and people were very skeptical of that, and you look at Harris's plan, Biden obviously wanted to make it even bigger, but you look at what his idea is to grow the jobs mm-hmm. and grow the output, right? And reduce our debt. But one of his other plans that we haven't talked a lot about, and I know Governor Doug Burgum, when he was at one of the Trump Force 47 meetings locally here, talk about is viewing our federal lands as an asset. In other words, what do you do when you have a huge deficit, when your credit card debt is through the roof, right? And you look at what you can deal with to sell off some stuff to pay down your debt.
Oh, you don't spend more? Oh, that's what we do. No.
So Trump has talked about, look at our assets mm-hmm. as far as our federal lands and how do we turn these assets into helping, relieve the deficit. Yep. So they do have some plans in there that they have talked about that many experts say this would work, but it's novel.
Yeah. I mean, look, some of it's going to take a little bit longer than other things. He's got a lot of different categories that he needs to fix. But one thing that he can take swift action on is the border, right? The stroke of a pen. We saw what Joe and Kamala did 4 years ago on day one. 90 some executive orders that they overrode from the Trump administration. So, with the stroke of a pen, Trump can put a lot of those policies back into effect on day one immediately. I think he will. Mm-hmm. Other things we're gonna have to wait. It's going to take 90 days to see some progress here, or 6 months to see some progress there. Not gonna. I mean, what's the old adage? Rome wasn't built in a day. I mean, Trump's not going to just fix everything by January 23rd. It's going to take some time.
Yeah, to your point. Okay, so deficit $1.9 trillion as of the end of the fiscal year 2024. By the way, because I was looking this up as he was talking, U.S. government has run a budget deficit for nearly all of the last 60 years. And one more thing to remember, that as far as a president's influence over a budget deficit, that does not even begin until after the federal fiscal year ends, September 30th of their first year in office, to your point. However, I guarantee you this morning, they're meeting at Mar-a-Lago at the breakfast table talking about all of this and more.
855-839-1210. This is our boy. He's sitting right at the top of my board. I know he's very happy. He's probably been working on his material all night long. Ed is in Delran, and he's on Kayal and Company.
Thank God the election's over, because Nick, Dawn, and Greg helped me pick my 4-leaf clover, and I want to buy Dawn a box of Russell Stover.
And folks, I can confirm Ed is sober. This is not under the influence. This is sobriety Ed right now.
Ed had hardly any sleep next to his wife named Bo Peep and her sheep.
How happy are you?
Tell me if I ain't ecstatic today. Hey, Nick, I got a question for anybody who wants to answer this.
Yeah.
You'll love the question.
Okay.
How is Kamala Harris going to speak when she gives her speech today, whenever that's going to happen?
I know. Is there like a losing accent that you can adopt for this speech? I mean, I'm very interested in seeing, how her dialect is today, because she's going to have to pander and cater to the losing base today. Not Detroit, not Atlanta, not this community, not that race. She's going to have to go in front of all of the Democrats, all of the white dudes for Harris that were jumping around on social media like Timmy Walls. And by the way, we're going to have to do a status check on Mr. Potato Head. I'm worried that his waving ability will be infringed upon.
Well, we can finally put one thing to rest. Even if she picked Josh Shapiro, it wouldn't have mattered.
That's a good point, and that's the first time we've brought that up.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, can we, Phil, can you pull up cut 11? Because they had, the Harris Victory Party, or the headquarters, was supposed to be at Howard University.
Yes.
Last night, and the late in the evening, the co-chair, the campaign co-chair, came out and gave this announcement, because she will be speaking at some point today, I believe.
Yes.
I guess to concede. But this is what he said. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
This happened at 12:45
Good evening,
a.m.
HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states
now, mind
that
you,
have not been called yet.
This was 12:45 last night.
Yep. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you.
There you
go. Let's just play this drop one last time, and we'll sprinkle it in from time to time when there's funny moments. But let's all take a moment and reflect and sit back on the most annoying cackle of all time. My God. No laughing in that campaign today, is there? Joy, hope, and change denied. 855-839-1210. Last call before we get to the cut sheet. Let's go to our boy Tony up in Pottstown. Tony, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Buenos días. ¿Cómo están ustedes?
Bien. ¿Y tú?
Bien. Really, really, really happy. The first thing I want to say is a shout out to you guys. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
You guys make my morning every morning. Mm-hmm. And also, I want to give a shout out to all my Hispanic men that they give us 47.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Now, Tony, if I recall correctly, you moved here, and I remember your call almost a year ago when we were covering a lot of the illegal immigration, and you came here and you documented your path to citizenship and coming to this country, and you laid it out beautifully. This is the same Tony, correct?
Yes, it's the only one.
the one and only. So let me ask you this.
The one and only.
At what point last night did you go from perhaps on the edge of your seat to knowing that you were going to get what you signed up for?
I would say like around, 8 o'clock maybe.
Oh, so you were feeling it a little early. Okay.
Oh, my God. I was feeling it from the moment I voted. I voted for my first time ever.
Oh, beautiful, man.
Trump. I voted Trump, my whole family. I obligated my whole family to vote Trump. My father-in-law, for the first time in like 20 years, he voted Trump. I am so excited. Like, tears are coming out of my eyes. Like, it's a real thing. I love America. I love this country. And I don't see how other people don't love this country the way I love this country. And I just want to say, God bless America, God bless Mr. 47, and let's make America great again. How about that?
Tony, quick question for you. How old are you?
I am 43 years old.
Nice.
I came here when I was 16 years old. I crossed the river with the clothes in my hands. I was left in New York City when I was 16 years old by myself. They just dropped me in there. No English, no family, no nothing. I was homeless for a couple of months. I did it myself. And now I am a proof of the American dream that is possible. Listen to me. I am crying. It's a real thing. It bothers me. It hurts my heart that I left everything I knew behind to come to a country where the people from that country don't love the country the way I do. It is so painful. But you know what? Today is Victory Day. Today is 47 Day. And from this moment on, we're going to bring our America back. How about that?
How about that?
Amen,
Tony
brother.
in Pottstown. God bless your brother. We appreciate it.
By the way, we record numbers here on the YouTube stream. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Please, everybody watching, hit the subscribe button. It costs you nothing. It's that little bell there. Just hit the subscribe button, and everybody hit the like button.
Yes.
Thank you for tuning in this morning.
Yes. If Tony can be dropped off in New York City at 16 with nothing, you can hit that stinking button.
I'm just asking everybody.
That's right.
Hit the subscribe button.
There you go.
Show the power of this radio station. By the way, I said this an hour and 15 minutes ago. I'm going to say it again to all those advertisers who are like, oh, politics is toxic. I don't know if I want to now. No, we like this is the people on this radio station. All the hosts here: Nick, Dawn, Dom, Rich, Jimmy Fallon, Walt Sterling, everybody here, they all represent the city of Philadelphia, the surrounding counties, South Jersey. They are the heart of this listening area, and the line starts around the building, guys.
Yeah, a lot of lines around the building. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet on a Victory Wednesday? Oh, you're going to have to stick around to find out. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions, they get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades now. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know I travel a lot, right? I'm in New York, I'm on the road, I'm in Pittsburgh, covering the election. Well, you know I gotta have a VPN so I can secure my Wi-Fi connection wherever I am. That's why I use VPN from DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro. Privacy Pro is great. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. Listen, when you are on the road, or even when you're home, you gotta have your Wi-Fi connection secure. And with DuckDuckGo VPN, it's secured anytime, anywhere, at home, at work, abroad, coffee shop, hotel, wherever you are. And nobody's tracking your data. It's great. It hides your location from sites you visit, and because your connection is encrypted, even your internet service provider can't see your traffic. Look, do it today. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Duckduckgo.com/1210. Get a week on us, and it's only $9.99 a month. Duckduckgo.com/1210.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call
800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Are you working out, eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. But now, there's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code RADIO50. That's promo code RADIO50 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code RADIO50.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Mustard. Scale and Company, 750. As we roll on, it's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, Tony Bruno in the bullpen is warming up. Getting loose from the state of Florida. I think Trump won Florida by, 12 or 13 points last night? I had a feeling that if he could win Florida by double digits, it was a theory I tossed out last night that it would be a good omen for other areas because it would show you his growth. Now, I know Florida is ruby red, and DeSantis has certainly made it that way. But if I recall correctly, 4 years ago, Trump only won Florida by, I want to say, 3 or 4 points. So that's that. And the rest, as they say, is history. 7:51. Let's see what Stocker has lined up for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Jimmy Kelly. All right, let's start. Phil, let's start because we haven't played much of Trump's victory speech that he gave at like 2:30 in the morning. A lot of listeners this morning probably just waking up or maybe never slept, never went to bed, like that guy in, Carbon County?
Yeah, 25 hours in a row he's been up.
Yeah. All right, just play cut 13, Phil.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I love it. I mean, you talk about, not losing any energy and not sleeping. At 2:30 in the morning, now if we played that for you, you would have no idea if that was 2:30 p.m. or 2:30 a.m., right? I mean, just the energy. I think that is probably one of the most commendable things is, I mean, I'm exhausted, right? But I shouldn't be. I'm 40. And this guy just, and I've said this on the air before many times. I'm like, and I'm asking and I'm pondering this out loud on the show. Do you ever think the dude has a moment where, he sits down on the edge of the bed and, he's taking off his slippers or his socks or whatever it is. And he's like, I just can't do this much more. I can't go much longer. And yet here he is approaching 80 years old. And it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's genes. It's certainly not diet because the guy likes McDonald's. So
guy doesn't drink. He doesn't drink or smoke.
Right,
never
that's
has.
true. Straight edge, and that goes a long way, right?
But he just turned 78 in June, and I think what he redefines for all of us is what does the American work ethic look like? And so, to me, I look at that and I think to myself, think about even the pandemic and the zooming it in. We've dealt with it in this building, and kidded about it. And so with different people in different parts of the building. And I think he's somebody who's saying, to the point of the caller who called in early and said, well, we got a deficit. We got work to do. The first one to say that is Donald J. Trump. And I think that's part of why when you poll, people say, who can get the job done? Who can get it done? Who can think outside the box? Who can bring together a team of those Avengers, team of brilliant people, a diversity of people, meaning diverse business backgrounds. You know what I mean? People who've made it for themselves, but think outside that box. Mm-hmm. I think that's what he delivers here. When he talks about a golden age, I think that he's not saying, well, we got to cut government and we got to tighten our belt. I think he's looking outside that box saying, how do we reduce this deficit? How do we make America great again? How do we, undo some of these things, which he'll do on day one? He promised that with executive orders, such as Title IX, which everybody's grappling with right now. It's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
You talk about this diverse group that Trump has, surrounded himself with. And one thing I noticed yesterday when I went to vote at the elementary school in Bluebell, there was a ton of signs up, obviously Trump and Vance, Walz, Harris. But I also saw Republicans for Harris signs, and then I saw Democrats for Trump signs. And if you think about it, you're going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard and Elon Musk and Bobby Kennedy. And it's one of two things. They were either rejected or denied by the Democrat Party, like Bobby Kennedy was, right? Redheaded stepchild of the Kennedy legacy family dynasty, the whole bit. And then they lose people as well. They lost people like Tulsi Gabbard. They lost people like Elon Musk because it's not the old Democrat Party. And I think what the Trump movement is, and Dawn, using the word that you used with diversity, and I'm not even talking about diversity in appearance. I'm talking about diversity in thought, because a lot of these individuals, they're not staunch conservatives. They're not lifelong Republicans. I mean, Elon Musk is into climate. Bobby Kennedy. I mean, you go on down the list of those that are on board with the Trump movement. There's elements to them that identify with the right, like free speech and the Second Amendment. But they're not, if you're going to rank the 20 issues and where you are from moderate to conservative, you don't need to check off the far right conservative box and everything. You can be on board with Trump with 2 or 3 things, and that's enough for you to vote for him.
Mm-hmm. That's so true.
Trump talked about an unprecedented and powerful mandate. I think even his detractors would admit that. This is cut 3, Phil, if you will. You have it there. Cut 3, go.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Isn't that crowd?
And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And
nobody ever runs a perfect campaign, and I don't think anything such as 100% unity behind the scenes. There's always backstabbing. There's always egos. But I really do believe we can put an end to what Dawn Stensland has said for many years, especially in this incarnation of the morning show. At the 23rd hour, Dawn always says Democrats, they always get it together. They rally behind, and Dawn always says, get it together, GOP. Dawn Stensland, I'm here to say, I don't think you need to say that anymore.
Yeah.
Because, yes, Trump won, and it was not a perfect, you had people behind the scenes that, maybe shouldn't have been there, or those that had ulterior motives and agendas.
But they ran a damn good campaign.
They ran a good campaign. They really did. And they did much better than the Democrats, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and Ronna McDaniel, she was always apparently having her spa day, but I don't see that happening here. I mean, we heard through Michael Whatley working with Lara Trump. I mean, kudos to them, because they lawyered up and they put these lawyers out there. And we heard from Linda Kearns calling in. I hope Linda's able to get a little sleep. But that election court was humming as they were in there, any call. And that's where this really was a grassroots situation. Because people, some of you were calling in here. I was texting Linda. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about this? Michael Whatley telling him live on air. Have you heard about this? So that mattered, that in real time, people, citizens. This is like, and the fact that it happened in Pennsylvania, and you think about a battleground state, think about the American Revolution. This was, to me, a revolution. Is a referendum on these far left kooky policies that nobody wanted, that didn't work, and that brought down our country. And so here was this grassroots movement. I'm thankful. I feel like we were part of that, but couldn't have done it without all of you listening, watching, calling in, going to pa.protectthevote.com, reporting that immediately, and then the RNC attorneys taking it to court and very quickly dealing with it, having zero tolerance and sending that message. No, no hijinks here, no shenanigans. Get her done and do it right. They anticipated what the left, all the little tricky tricks they were going to do. They anticipated all of that.
And this is what, first of all, this proves that you can beat the Democrats. You can beat the machine and all the power and money they have behind their party and their movement. But this is the levels to which you will have to go to win. And you can't take the foot off the gas in future elections, whether it's a primary, whether we're talking about, whatever type of election is coming up. If you want Republicans to keep on winning, This is what you have to do. And you have to take advantage of the ridiculousness that is mail-in ballots, early in-person voting. And I was a little concerned yesterday, as I said all week, because we were seeing Republicans do it at a much higher rate in the Sunbelt states. We were lagging behind here in Pennsylvania by 25 points to Democrats. But you did enough. So now you know what the blueprint is. You know where you have to go, how hard you have to work, and what you have to do. Now it's about replicating it. It's easy to get to the mountaintop. It is more difficult to stay up there. And to stay up there, you got to keep doing what you did this time around for Trump. And you have to have that same level of energy and motivation for other races. Governor, House, Senate, mayor, whatever it is. And even at the most basic grassroots level, school boards. And I get it, the turnout is different for Trump because there's something different about Trump. But if you want to beat Democrats, this is what you have to do. And then for Democrats, I would say this. And look, you can continue on with the progressive nonsense. That's fine by me because you're going to keep on losing. I think it was a experiment of 4 years that failed. But Democrats, and I said this for Republicans too, the more common sense you get and you kind of slide back slowly towards that center where a lot of the people are undecided, the better chance you have to win. Moving forward, if you're a Democrat, and I know we have Democrats that listen, our boy Terry from King of Prussia, the Jimmy Matthews of the world, your best chance moving forward is with the Josh Shapiro type Democrats, not the AOC Democrats, not the Bernie Sanders Democrats. So that's your problem, not mine.
News this morning that Trump's transition team is already working. That's already underway.
What's he transitioning to?
Co-chaired by it's Linda McMahon and
Linda.
locally, and Howard Lutnick.
Okay.
So Lutnick saying that Trump will be surrounding himself with people he trusts, his first administration. You know, and Trump talked about this, those never Trumpers that he trusted. That's not going to happen this time. But Trump has said, and his transition team saying that they're going to have the best you've ever seen, greatest business executives, politicians across the board, and thinkers, people who think outside the box. Mm-hmm. And so Lutnick, talking about this morning, just wanted to give you that developing story as we talk about what's already underway. And this is being led by Linda McMahon, Howard Lutnick, and remember, it was Tulsi Gabbard was in. Tulsi was part of this transition as well. And for those who don't know, Linda McMahon is the wife of former WWE CEO Vince McMahon.
I mean, we put wife into.
Huh?
Is it really like? Are they real? On paper they might be married, but I mean, come on. I don't think they've been married for a long time.
She worked.
What I'm saying. I
mean, we met her. She was here. I mean, Greg, you brought her in. She was when we were in the old building, but she worked under the past Trump administration.
Yeah, but I don't think she's worked under Vince for a while.
Leading a small business, she's a tough, smart business lady.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's not. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of the WWF product or the WWE product. I'm just saying that her and Vince aren't, whatever. Phil, cut 4. My God, lighten up, everybody. Jesus. My Lord.
No, just letting you have your moment.
Cut 4, Phil. This is Trump on political victory that our country has never seen before. Cut 4, go.
And it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
And get ready for the largest mass deportation operation in history. I hope he's able to deliver on that, especially when you talk about safety and security. If you're watching, you saw J.D. Vance clapping and smiling. We haven't mentioned J.D. Vance this morning, but I think you have to give a tip of the cap to J.D. Vance as well. We've talked about how, the vice president doesn't really move the needle as far as winning an election for the president. But I think there's a lot of us that feel very, very confident that J.D. Vance can be a capable successor. And I would say this right now, because we know Trump will be termed out after these 4 years. You talk about, Greg, the line wrapping around the block. The line starts behind J.D. Vance moving forward after Trump. Yep. There's no doubt about it.
And he's already with Don Jr., J.D. Vance, and Eric Trump. They're also like the helping to share that transition team.
Speaking of J.D. Vance, cut 14, Phil. Trump introducing the new vice president. Go.
He's a feisty guy, isn't he? I've said, go into the enemy camp. And the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Boy, it seems like just yesterday we were talking about his childless cat lady comments, were we not? And that was going to be the leak in the Titanic that would sink the ship. And you talk about his appearances in the media, and you heard Trump right there. Hey, I need you to go on CNN and MSNBC and take all the verbal bullets. He goes in there, and not only does he undress them, but he does it to the point where he never gets agitated. It's one thing to win a debate and you get fired up and your blood pressure starts to go up. Every time I watch J.D. Vance, no matter who it was with, CBS or NBC or ABC, CNN, on down the list, New York Times podcast, he always maintained his composure. And they are doing everything they can to have the aha, gotcha moment. And J.D. Vance just never took their bait. And if you recall, about 4 weeks before the actual election, we broke down media appearances and interviews. And I recall the numbers. I think it was Tim Walz had done 3 interviews. Kamala Harris had done 4. Trump had done 14. And I think J.D. Vance, the number I gave was 59. It felt like he was just camped out on the Sunday shows for about 10 straight weeks.
And it sounds from what Trump just said that was their plan. Just have him go out there and kind of demolish mainstream media, which, to Don's point, it worked.
Yes, it did.
By the way, Linda McMahon, she served on the Trump cabinet. She's credited. She's one of the country's...
We're still on Linda McMahon, aren't we?
Most highly respected women entrepreneurs. And she is credited with helping to grow WWE from a 13-person regional operation to a publicly traded global enterprise, more than 800 employees worldwide.
I still remember her slapping Stephanie on television on Friday Night SmackDown. What a glorious moment. You got to be a wrestling fan to know that moment.
I'm going to smack you down. Linda.
Linda smacking her own kids on TV. God bless her.
One of the country's top female executives.
Remember when she was like in a coma or
something
like
in
that,
the wheelchair,
and Trish Stratus and Vince McMahon were having an affair in
right
front of her.
Right, Vince was living
quality TV.
Vince was living out his real life fantasies through storylines.
That was quality TV, my friend. Dana White then took to the stage.
Love Dana White.
This is cut 5, Phil. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, there he is, Dana White. You can see actually in the video there, you see Barron Trump on the right. I mean, he's as tall as a flagpole. My God, was he 6'7", 6'8"? Talk about a tall drink right there. But, you know, it'll be interesting. You mentioned Theo Vaughn and you mentioned the podcast movement of the younger influencers out there. Will be very interesting to see because I think Stocker had the number earlier last week or late last week. Only about 8 or 9% of Gen Z votes. And I would like to see what that college male demographic did on Election Day or maybe even leading up to Election Day in that 18 to 24 window.
I think we can officially say Joe Rogan more powerful than Taylor Swift.
Whoa.
Seriously.
Oh.
I mean,
absolutely.
You can't argue with that now, can you?
No, I don't think you can. Maybe Taylor should have done a little bit more than just the Instagram post. Come on, Tay-Tay. You started the Slack. You're schmoozing with Travis.
Yeah, I mean, that was a half-hearted endorsement, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then Trump talked about Elon Musk. This is cut 6. Cut 6, Phil, go.
The Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic hurricane.
Oh, there you have it. A little rocket talk. It's unbelievable. There's no paint that can withstand the temperature. Mm-hmm. The storytelling is amazing.
By the way, back to the podcasting thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to like leave this morning without saying how the Harris campaign was playing like 1989 politics, the ground game, going on SNL, having rallies with Taylor or with Lady Gaga
and Bruce.
And the Trump campaign did none of that. Went on a bunch of podcasts, did rallies. They just did completely
more modern approach,
way more modern approach.
Yes.
Social media, just the whole thing, and like the Democrats have not caught up with that whatsoever.
Which is wild because months ago we were talking about, and remember, Vivek Ramaswamy said, "Hey, I know we hate TikTok, but we got to get on TikTok. We got to go where the country is migrating to, right? The evolution of social media, the on-demand a la carte audience, because we live in this fragmented niche media society where, everybody and that's why it's so important. And this is like inside radio, but I remember my old boss in sports 10, 12 years ago saying, dude, you better bring it every segment. People have no attention span.
That's true.
And there's more options than ever. If you don't capture people, if you take a segment off, you lose.
100%.
And they were so good at finding, and I don't know if that's Barron Trump, I don't know if that's Bo Loudon, across the board, but you're right. Like Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi.
Did nothing.
You trotted out Bill Clinton, for God's sakes.
I know. I'm telling you,
I could have won.
They're right. Well, yeah, he's definitely saying that, right? If this was me in 1992, I would have wiped the floor with him.
What do you think Joe Biden's thinking right now?
Oh, he's the happiest. He's probably happier than Trump.
What do you think Hillary's thinking right now?
She's happier than Trump too. Because she says, see, it wasn't just me.
Yep.
It wasn't just me.
Yep.
Maybe if they would have run me for a second time. Ran me?
Yeah, well, damned if I know how to use that word.
I did that just for you, Kayal. Maybe I could have won. She couldn't have, but it's yeah. They're super happy this morning.
Yep.
All right, let's get to some reaction, shall we? I know people have been waiting for this, the reaction from people. Let's start with that. This is NBC News. This has got one, Phil. NBC News blaming Biden for Kamala Harris' loss because he dropped out too late. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing. So buckle up, kids. Cut one, Phil, go.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
She's not wrong in the fact that if Joe Biden would have just said early last year, I'm not running again, and they would have had a primary, they could have seen how weak she was.
That's true. That being said, none of these mainstream media lackeys for the Democrats get to sit there and pin this and blame it on Joe, because they were the ones in March, in April, and in May, in June, even up onto June 27th before that debate in Atlanta. This is the best Joe we've ever seen. Joe's not in cognitive decline. They lied to us and they told us that Joe is still in his prime, on his A game. And then once he self-destructed on June 27th, they had to panic. And again, remember, I said this, they could not supersede and kick Kamala to the curb. It would be sexist and it would be racist. And they didn't want to have a primary. To that point of Kristen Welker, they could have had a primary and found a capable, quality candidate in their eyes. But they decided to push Kamala because they wanted to make us believe that she's Michelle Obama, she's Oprah. She can't shine those two ladies' shoes.
Van Jones on CNN blames, he was on the verge of tears, by the way. He blames sexism and racism.
Oh, there it is.
For why Kamala lost.
Yep.
Cut to Phil. By the way, I mean, look, Van Jones, as far as I could tell, Monday night, because we played it yesterday morning, was the only Democrat I saw on TV who was cautioning everybody.
He was worried.
Saying, hey, guys, I'm really worried about Philadelphia, the voter turn. Like, he was kind of throwing caution to the wind there. So, you can mock Van Jones in this all you want to, but he was the only one that I saw on TV warning the Democrats of anything.
That's right.
Cut to.
I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh,
dental
the
hygienists?
are going to get their comeuppance. It's not the
Give me a
elite
break.
Christ. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides.
You know, Van, I'm not interested in your feelings. If you're worried about your feelings, that's what they created Hallmark for. Check them out. Pretty cool company. So I don't want to hear about the feelings. You called the guy Hitler. The guy was shot at by all of the dangerous rhetoric. So feelings be damned. You should have had a better candidate than Kamala Harris. You knew she was a terrible candidate. You tried to prop her up. Nobody liked her. Nobody's ever liked her. She's the most far-left liberal senator of all time. And the reality is this, as Stephen A. Smith, another black man, once said, perhaps it's not sexism or racism or misogyny. It's not misogyny. It's policy. Her policies, most of America realized she was super, super far left, or they didn't know enough about her. And you can say, well, she only had 90 days. You had 90 days and you didn't use your time wisely, because all you did for 90 days was talk about Trump and Hitler and Nazis instead of explaining who you are and what you are beyond saying, I grew up in a middle-class family. She was a copy and paste plagiarized campaign propped up by big tech and big media. That's what she was. And America saw right through it.
We played this earlier, but it's worth playing again. This is cut 8, Phil. This is Jake Tapper, who is shocked that Kamala Harris didn't outperform Biden in a single county in Pennsylvania. Go.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
Not one county.
Jimmy Kelly, I'm going to need 2 Jake Tappers on my board. I'm going to need holy smokes and nothing, or literally nothing on my board.
That goes back to, and we touched on this a few weeks ago about how we saw the Senate versus the presidency, and is there a split? Is there, is that really going to happen? And this goes, Nick, to what you were saying about how she is an unpopular candidate. All of the evidence you need is this comment from John Heilman this morning on MSNBC. He said this.
Performed Kamala Harris. What explains that?
I don't know that I've ever seen a situation where consistently a party's Senate candidates have overperformed their presidential nominee. Somebody will correct me if there's a past example of that. I can't think of one, but it's pretty much across the board in these competitive Senate races. What explains that?
So the Democrat Senate candidates overperformed her, which means that people went to the voting booth, voted for a Democrat senator, and voted for Trump.
It's amazing.
Or didn't,
or
didn't
sat
vote
it
for her.
out, or went
Yes.
for third party,
Yep.
or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a reason why those stories were coming out midway through Joe's first term, that Kamala Harris. I mean, how many times did we see the Politicos of the world with columns? In year 3, Kamala looks to hit her stride. The Veep tries to reinvent herself. From day one, she was a disaster. I mean, all you have to do is talk about the border czar, right? She was labeled the border czar by the media, by the Democrats, the whole bit, and she never visited the border. And I think really and we talk about this, soundbite, social media, aha, gotcha moment type society we live in. She really shot herself in the foot. I think it was The View when they asked her, what would you have done differently? And she looked up into the lights on ABC6 and she was like, no, I wouldn't have done anything differently. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What? Boom. That might have been ball game right there. I think Sonny Hostin asked her the question.
That's true.
Yeah.
Lawrence O'Donnell will do one more. I see Tony Bruno in the the bullpen.
Is he doing push-ups?
He's doing push-ups, getting ready to take his victory lap. Lawrence O'Donnell yesterday, and I guess this happened earlier in the night, so you can't always judge people by what they say earlier in the night because you don't know how it's going to play out later.
Sure.
But if Trump takes the popular vote, this is not going to age very well. Lawrence O'Donnell blaming when he saw the writing on the wall that Kamala Harris was not going to win this. We started blaming the founding fathers for the Electoral College. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and pinball.
So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3. So we add a 4th so they can team up and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah. Gives us more influence.
Parenting strategy.
Always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Deep insight into your parenting strategy, Joy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And, oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that because that's... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so the Electoral College is now Jim Crow 3.0. My vote doesn't matter in California. That's like a baseball fan saying, I hate the fact that the Yankees won the World Series. There's no salary cap in baseball. It's not a fair playing field. Interesting, you always talk about that in a losing effort, right? What's the complaint going to be when Trump wins the popular vote once everything gets tabulated here in the next handful of hours? Because he leads the popular vote as well by over 5 million votes.
It's incredible.
No, what's incredible is actually creating 3 kids with Joy Reid. That's incredible. Oh boy. That's incredible.
Had to go there.
I just, what a detestable human being. Just and by the way, they're going to act like the world's burning, but let's be real. Trump is gold for these networks.
Thank you.
They are doing backflips in 100%. Meetings down in their little conference room on MSNBC.
You know who's not thrilled? Fox News. Fox News is not thrilled because their ratings are going to go down. You know who's thrilled? MSNBC and CNN, because all their ratings are going to go sky high. Trust me on that.
Yep. All right. Tony Bruno, he is coming up next from the state of Florida. I think Bruno officially declared Trump winning Florida at about 2 p.m. yesterday. And we'll talk to Tony on the other side as we continue here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because we're all sick of big search engines and big tech like Google. We don't trust them. I mean, if you just Googled yesterday, how do I vote for Trump and how do I vote for Harris, you would have seen how Google rigged it. In fact, it's been community noted. But that doesn't happen with search engines and companies like DuckDuckGo. That's why I'm so proud to partner with DuckDuckGo again, the best search engine going, and they are a locally founded company. And now they are taking your online privacy and security to the next level, which is why I have subscribed, and I hope you will as well, to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. It is a 3-in-1 privacy service that's going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. Secondly, you get identity theft protection and also personal information removal. Take advantage of this special offer right now, exclusively for our listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You get a free 7-day trial offer. And then after that, it's $10 a month. Do it today. Thank us later. duckduckgo.com/1210.
By the way, I don't know if you saw this. The Joel Embiid suspended for a couple games for the incident with Marcus Hayes from the Daily News. Unbelievable. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action right now. FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater and place a $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have shoe boxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. We're Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.840, Kayal and Company live on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You know how that works. Leave us a voicemail as well. Maybe you couldn't make it until 6 a.m. and it was like 3:47 a.m. last night or earlier this morning, and you said, you know what? Let me tap that microphone right next to the Listen Live button of 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app, and you can leave us a voicemail. And you could just go off and celebrate. You could toot your own horn, whatever you want to do.
You can cry.
Yeah, you could cry.
You know?
Maybe you were an emotional mess. Absolutely.
Because it's like we've been abused and bullied.
Yeah.
But not beaten down.
That's right.
And it's just, I mean, I can't even answer all of the texts and DMs, so I apologize. But I feel that just range of emotion because it has been an emotional roller coaster where your own local, I'm talking local.
Yeah.
I mean, local officials as well. And that's why I say this is not just a referendum on Harris. That would be too easy for them to say, oh, well, it's her. She was a bad candidate, or oh, it's racist or sexist. It's really not about her. It's in general, the Democrat Party just went too far left progressive, but they were just mean. And I just, thinking about all the different individuals, think about the nonviolent J6ers who are sitting in jail all this time. Think about all of this injustice. And even at the local level, I mean, just parents and people, all the businesses shut down and there's so much of it. You think of that persecution by our government at the local level, state level. And of course, Trump, I think, is the face of that when you think of that persecution by government. But I think a lot of us have felt it in many different ways. I really do. And I think a lot of people this morning are waking up and going through that range of emotion because it's just like, oh, thank God, please God, to let this be over and let them get the message. But they've been nasty.
Yes, they have. We will get to Tony Bruno coming up in just a little bit. Got to work on some technical issues. But in the meantime, that means more of you. Your phone calls, 855-839-1210. Let's start with Jimmy Matthews, our boy in Bluebell, my neck of the woods. Jimmy, good morning. How you doing, pal?
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing fabulous. The bigger question is, how are you?
I'm doing well. I talked to my uncle last night around 10:30, and I asked him what her chances were, and I asked if she was going to win, and he said no. So
Uncle
Chris? Around 10:30.
So yep. Uncle Chris knew it.
10:30 last night. So
at 10:30, he saw that.
I disagree that there's going to be mass deportations, though. I think we found out last night that the electorate was a lot of the electorate for Trump was Hispanic.
Yeah, but here's what I would say about that, and that's just it. That too often the media says the Hispanic vote. You know what I mean? The woman. Well, if you say Hispanic, let's take that through. Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, people have a lot of pride. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't say, oh, well, the German vote or the East European vote. So part of this is, I think, painting with a broad brush. But what we've seen, and wasn't it Jesus earlier with a very emotional call saying he came to this country at 16 or 15 with the shirt on his back and did things legally through a legal pathway. But what we're seeing, Jimmy, is that within our current Hispanic, great, proudful American community, that many are saying, hey, those wolves in sheep's cloth are coming to this country, and those criminals that are, convicted criminals fleeing prisons, gang members, who are they going to hide amongst? They're going to hide within our great Hispanic communities, many of them who are hardworking individuals. So they were the first line of this going, oh, hell to the no. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
And by the way, this community that we have in our great Hispanic American community, these individuals are people of faith. So they want a great future for their children. They're not talking about abortion or these progressive far left issues. These are conservatives. And they will help shape the new conservative party that we're seeing that is representing the working person, which, by the way, that used to be owned, that sector of working people was often owned by the Democrats. I think it is all changing.
You're right.
And that, to me, gives us great hope.
Yep, well said. 855-839-1210. CJ in Havertown is with us, and he's calling in with an update from yesterday's phone call. CJ, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
We are well.
Keep this brief. I know you got Tony trying to get in. So, got good news, I got bad news.
Okay.
Bad news is she didn't vote Trump. The good news is she didn't vote Kamala. She went third party.
Which is what we kind of figured yesterday, right?
Yep, I kind of figured she wouldn't lean that way. So I only put her on a partial sex ban for about 6 months.
So you put the wife on the sex ban?
Yeah, sure.
That's good work by you, man.
We can have it both ways, you know what I mean? But other than that, it's a good win. Keep up the great work, guys. I really love the show.
All right, CJ, thank
Love you
you
back.
very much. If you have no idea what we're talking about, I gave you the one story yesterday from the day, or 2 days ago from the Daily Mail, where the wife wrote in and she said that she was going to put her husband on a sex ban if he votes for Trump. CJ, one of our great listeners, just called in yesterday. He is voting Trump. He was under the impression that it's possible that his wife would vote Trump or third party, but he did not foresee her voting for Kamala Harris, and that's I would say, especially in a battleground state like Pennsylvania, it's a de facto victory for Donald Trump. So
yeah, and I was looking at those. I mean, we just don't have time. We've tried to get through the state and House races in Pennsylvania and across the nation earlier this morning, but I will say this just as a broad Pennsylvania, not as broad. I meant a broad perspective, not as a broad. Pennsylvania, Jill Stein and the Independents, a little over 1% of that vote for Pennsylvania. And so it is seen as a vote that would then take away from the vice president.
That's correct. 855-839-1210. Let's go to South Philadelphia. Frank is up next. Frank, you go ahead.
Back then when we were getting all that we used to get quails, we used to get the rabbits.
Frank's doing his own show in the background. He's ordering a sandwich and he's having a conversation. That's fine. So if you want to jump back in, we got some open lines. Tony Bruno will join us coming up shortly at the hopefully at the top of the hour. But when we look back at this, and let's try to do our best. And I know we didn't make predictions, and we can sit here and look at all the things that Harris did wrong, that the Democrats did wrong. We can also look at all the things that Trump did right and Republicans did right. But if you're just to break it down and look at the nuts and bolts, and we can talk about messaging, we could talk about candidates, we could talk about strategy and media, and the reality was this. We knew that if this election, no matter how it played out, and I said this yesterday, if Trump wins, it's going to be because the issues carried him to the finish line. If Harris wins, it's Trump derangement syndrome. It's Roe v. Wade. It's female reproductive rights. It's all the Hitler stuff that paid off from the media. Obviously, Trump is the victor. And I think this is a breakthrough moment because we talked even in the primary season that, it's the intangibles. It's the little things. Even like if you go back to Ron DeSantis, he's too short. We don't elect presidents that are under 6 feet tall. He's awkward. Nikki Haley is this. Vivek Ramaswamy is that. But at the end of the day, with everything Donald Trump dealt with for 8 or 9 years, you know what I actually think this came down to? You're like, you know what? You don't realize what you have until it's gone. And I think that applies, and that is in play here, right? Because whatever happened 4 years ago, and thank God we don't even have to talk about that anymore, but for whatever reason, whether you think it was on the up and up or it was not, for some reason, even though Trump gained 12 million in the popular vote from 16 to 20, going up from 62 million to 74 million, and I gave some of these numbers last night. Is the country going in the right direction? Are you better off financially than you were 4 years ago? Remember, in 2020, 60% of Americans thought the country was going in the wrong direction. And there was a change, right? Joe Biden ended up becoming the president. And now, fast forward 4 years later, 70% of Americans thought the country was going in the wrong direction, signaling a need and a desire and a want for change. Same thing financially. 4 years ago, 18% of people polled in exit polls said they were falling behind financially. Now, yes, that was pandemics, lockdowns, shutdowns, closures, all of that. But now 4 years later, everything's open, everything's up and running and operational. That number went from 18% to 31%. So the writing was on the wall. The recipe for success was there. You just had to find a way to get to those few undecideds, those independents, and say, look, I don't need you to agree with everything on Trump. I don't even need you to like him. But let me ask you this. Were you better off 4 years ago? And I think there are some people out there, and maybe we'll never hear from them, Dawn. Maybe they'll never tweet about it. Maybe they won't share it in the grocery store. But maybe there were men, there were women across many different ideological views that said, you know what? The dollar went further with me. I had a secure border. There was no wars going on. Our police were able to police without being persecuted and labeled the bad guys. And, maybe people said, you know what? Okay, I don't want to deal with the headaches. I'll tune out the noise. But the bottom line is we were better off with Trump. And I think Harris did a terrible job of defining herself and also the whole change concept. They really tried to paint Trump as the incumbent. We're going to turn the page. No. America, for whatever you think about the election,
we turned the page.
And then we turned it right back, right? So, it was Trump. He's the biggest upset of all time. Hillary had a 98% chance of winning. And then for whatever reason, he didn't get reelected. America turned the page. And now they went right back to the old page, right?
Yeah, I mean, part of this is I do feel that Trump became the vote for hope and change. That's true. But there's more to it. Because as we think about this victory now and the red wave, and the numbers are still coming in, like in Pennsylvania, those state Senate races that we're watching, the Republicans gaining. So what does that mean when you look at the top of the ticket, when you look at the national races, the federal races, then you look at the statewide? What we're going to have is transparency. So think about all of this that we've been put through, all of this now with Republicans in charge now, they're going to start revealing all the stuff that has been hidden from us. And so now we get the big reveal. We get to know everything because they're going to start releasing these records. I believe that those J6ers nonviolent, I think that they will be pardoned or those sentences commuted, that sort of thing. But as well, all of the other junk the trash that we've been put through. Mm-hmm. And so I think there's a piece of this. It's not revenge. I'm not angry as far as wanting revenge, but I do want answers and I do want the truth to come out. And so these truths that we are going to learn, it all will be exposed. And I hope to God that if there are criminal activities, and again, I don't want persecution. None of us want that. That's what we voted against. But I do want law and order to return. That's a good thing for all of us. So not just the fiscal responsibility that I think will happen, but as well the answers and the law and the order and true justice. Mm-hmm. And we're going to learn a lot this is going to be tough as we learn this over the next year.
Yeah. And I'll also say this. I know a lot of people think there's a lot of hard work ahead. And yes, there is hard work, although I think the harder thing was for him to get back into office and he's able to achieve that. I think the rest will fall in place in due time. And, he has 4 years and then presumably maybe you get more with a guy like J.D. Vance. But the reality is this for me. For those first-time Republicans, for those first-time Trump voters, he's going to have to deliver, and I believe he will, but he's going to have to deliver because if you finally won some people over, you can't fail those people because those people will never come back. And that's very important to keep in mind as well. 855-839-1210. The number will continue. Your calls in the final hour, 9 o'clock hour on a no sleep Tuesday. And I believe we have Bruno lined up as well. And we'll do that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Yeah, did this a lot this week. Really relied on my friends at What a Crock because it's not just the fall weather. Fall for me in the winter, it's been crazy busy. And I still want to provide that homemade, healthy dinner for my family. That's where What a Crock really delivers. Because whatacrock.com's delicious, easy to prepare meals, they make it so simple for me. All I do, I put the meal into plop it into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is simmering, just waiting for us. And so that's what I love about whatacrock.com. And by the way, there is zero prep required, and that's what I love about it. There's no chopping or dicing or any of that nonsense, and cleanup is easy as well. It's a simple, like I say, dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and voila, dinner is one and done. When you think about comfort food, whether there's some pasta dishes, whether there's some of their homemade chilies, and if you want some vegan dishes, maybe you're looking for a little bit of healthier dishes like shrimp or fish, that sort of thing, or that hearty beef. They've got it all, and it's like it's homemade. If I lied and said I did it homemade, nobody would know the difference. Not that I'm lying. I'm telling the truth. It is homemade, just not by me. Here's the thing with Woodacrock. It's also a great gift. So let's say you have a relative recovering from surgery or an illness, maybe new parents. They just had the baby and they live too far for you to deliver at the door. Like, you know how usually we'll drop off that home cooked meal, right, in a plate or a dish. Well, you can still do that with help from my friends at Woodacrock.com. Use code WPHT, get $10 off your first order. Woodacrock.com. Dinner made easy. Order now. Woodacrock.com. Remember, WPHT is your code for that $10 off your first order. Woodacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
It's Nick Kayal here. Recently just test drove the new Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If
you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
There he is. 902 Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour underway on a Victory Wednesday. Mikhail, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker as we head on down to the great state of Florida with our man, a great human, a great American, a great patriot, the one and only Tony Bruno, who's got an umbrella.
Wait a minute,
right
I got the Furco Spring Band is down here in Southwest Florida. Happy days are here again. Let's go up the Parkway. Did they clear out all the people? Wait a minute, is De Niro there? Is Gaga still there? Is Oprah still there? Happy days are here again, kids. Let's go down to 2 Street. Let's go all the way up to Conchi. I want everybody out there in the streets today. Let me put my damn umbrella down.
Damn umbrella.
All right, brother, how you feeling? I'm getting the sense that it's nothing but good vibes, joy, hope, and change. How you feeling, Mr. Bruno?
I feel good. I mean, I jokingly yesterday said what I'm going to do is I'm going to just not watch any TV, which I didn't. Because, when you start watching TV when the polls open, that's like going to an Eagles tailgate at 9 a.m. for an 8:30 game. Plus there's no booze. Right. You just can't drink that much to get ready for an election. And, I said I'm going to wake up, I'm going to set the alarm for 3 a.m. And I was pretty close, but I was up, but I was watching SpongeBob. I'm not BSing. I was watching SpongeBob after here in Florida, where we had the election results like 1 minute after the polls closed. Florida leads the way. I mean, this used to be the epicenter of bad elections, right? We couldn't get anything done right. And I can say we because I live here now. I'm a resident, even though the Pennsylvania Democrats called me like every 5 minutes to ask if I was voting for Kamala Harris. And I recorded a lot of those calls and I put it all over my Twitter account. And it was fun. But again, I'm not going to call people names. I'm not going to take a victory lap. Because the bottom line is the people spoke. And this was a bloodbath. Can we use the word bloodbath now in its proper context?
Oh, man.
But we have a lot of losers. First of all, I want to thank Scott, the guy.
Scott Pressler.
Should forget about getting money for a car for the guy. Scott Pressler is the hero Philadelphia and Pennsylvania was looking for. Scott Pressler almost single-handedly helped flip Pennsylvania back to the Republicans. The work he did, and meanwhile, Kamala Harris was giving away millions of dollars to celebrities to come up and not even sing. This guy got $100,000, and how much is he worth now to the Trump administration? What he did here.
Oh, he's invaluable. You can't put a price tag on that, Tony.
I remember I used to talk to Scott back, he was coming to Philadelphia back when I was living in my basement in South Philly, and he was doing street cleanups. That's how he started. He was going around the country. I used to have the Bruno Broom Brigade when I was at 1210. We would go out and clean, local parks and local, basketball areas, where there was trash and dirt. And so he was doing cleanups in the Philadelphia area, helping people clean up trash. And then all of a sudden, he moves to Pennsylvania full time and goes out. So he got the Amish involved. The Amish Mafia was representing Lancaster. And so he's, to me, the unsung hero for the state of Pennsylvania, for those people. He's an amazing, amazing guy. And Linda Kearns, she was active yesterday too on social media. Mm-hmm. She did a great job. And the poll watchers, after all the hanky-panky, and I'm glad that's all cleared up. The one thing I was worried about, guys, at 3 a.m., actually when Trump got up, I was flipping around at that point because MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, none of them called Trump as the winner.
Right.
They were still after he got to 266 or 266, and he only needed 4 more. Mm-hmm. Then they called Hawaii right away, and that was it. He got to 270. But if you were watching CNN, MSNBC, all the media that has now basically exposed itself as the frauds that they are, the real enemy within the enemy of the people, the Philadelphia Inquirer Board, all of these mainstream media people should be absolutely ashamed of themselves, but they're not. Because they were on there last night still going crazy that Trump was going to declare victory even though he didn't have the vote. So this Trump campaign, which did everything perfectly, they waited. They waited until it got to 270 before they even thought about going up there. Because all they were saying was, well, he's going to take a victory lap, and he hasn't even won yet. And Rachel Maddow's neck was growing. I haven't seen her neck get that long since I was in a Toys R Us and I saw the giraffe. What was his name? The Toys R Us giraffe?
I remember that guy.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey the giraffe.
Yeah, Jeffrey. Yep.
Yeah.
Jeffrey. Not Jeffrey Lurie.
No.
Who, oh, by the way, how about playing golf?
Yep.
Jeffrey Lurie playing golf with Obama. By the way, the biggest losers. We got to go first, Kamala and Waltz.
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I right here?
Yes.
I got my loser list right here.
Let's do it.
We wrote it down. We wrote it down.
We love lists on the radio.
I made a list.
This is like Arya, Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Let's go to the list.
Shame. First of all, I want to thank Barack and Michelle Obama. What a great closing argument you guys had out there. I want to thank Bill and Hillary. And I want to thank the drunk Bush daughter, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Pennsylvania Democrats, Oprah, Springsteen, Bon Jovi, Beyonce, J-Lo, De Niro, the Avengers, the political information complex. I mean, there's just not enough hate to go around.
Would you like a rap?
The Avengers. We never
the
played
Avengers,
that.
right off.
We never played that clip, but all the Avengers got together and
all the Avengers
yeah.
go back to being fake people. And who's the other guy? Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell. He should change his name to Feral. All of these people, all the last minute, the Parkway, and all the entertainers and the crowds. What did they do? This proves one thing. Hillary Clinton did it back in 2016, and then they trotted out this same, let's get all the celebrities out there, and this is going to lock it up. And then it didn't. It absolutely backfired. Lady Gaga, all these people have proven. Ben Stiller, all these white men for Harris, they're losers. And they know they're losers. But I'm not going to, I'm trying to be nice here.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton. How about Michael Keaton?
Yeah, take that, Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Proving that we should never, ever listen to any celebrity endorsements, except Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan closed the deal.
He did. That's true.
He did. Your thoughts, I got to get your thoughts on one of your favorite individuals that you left off your list, and I'm surprised you did, and Dom Giordano's very angry that you don't have him right at the top of the list. How about the enemy
I
from...
had like 2 hours sleep.
Yeah.
I'm making a list and keeping it twice. You got to make, the list has to be, the list comes for all. But, I have, by the way, women, the big story last night was women buy milk and eggs more than they get abortions. I think that was one of the other messages that was delivered last night.
Thank you for that genius statistic.
Thank you. Well, but the bottom line is this. People went out and voted, and it wasn't, this was a mandate. This wasn't, the funny thing is, what we're going to see is that Timu Obama, what's his name? The guy who's not going to be the House Speaker. They thought he was going to. Hakeem Jeffries, yeah. Sit down.
Yeah, boy.
Get out, Hakeem Jeffries. Chuck Schumer, he's going to stay in the Senate, but he's not going to be the Senate president anymore.
That's why he was sucking up at that big the Al dinner, right?
Yeah,
that's why
that?
you knew he was sucking up to
socializing
Trump.
with Hitler.
Yep.
I thought that was a no-no. I guess not. Yeah, Tony, what about Larry Krasner? Larry Krasner. Oh, F around and find out. You're going to find out if you try to do a militia.
Larry Krasner, first of all, got his ass handed to him in the court of law trying to sue Elon Musk. This little strapper thinks he's a powerful guy. He's got no juice. He's got no juice at all.
Zero juice.
This guy should be run out of... Where's Jim Kenney, by the way? How come Jim Kenney didn't come back and support Kamala?
He's smart.
How come all these people?
He's in the burbs having his Prosecco. Leave him alone. Leave him out of this.
I mean, where's... I got some other people. Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi,
I mean, I'll tell you. He's a good-looking lesbian. You got to give me this. If there's ever an aging lesbian,
he does.
Bon Jovi is the prettiest lesbian I've ever seen.
Really
man.
does look like
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, where's Taylor Swift at this morning? Has Taylor Swift conceded the election yet?
No, but the what's his name's mother in the box? You saw that the other night, right?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' mother
Mom.
in the box.
Woo!
Everybody's talking about Taylor Swift and all the. By the way. One thing that I'm glad that we're going to see. Hopefully the NFL will, starting with the Thursday night game, will get the stinking vote, and it takes all of us crap out of the end zone.
Yes.
I mean, that's what it was. The NFL, they use the power of everybody, celebrities, important politicians, the media. There has never been a more concerted effort to try to stop a man and the people. But the good thing is the people voted, and they said what they said. This is a not just a bloodbath. It's an absolute, wrecked. This is what. Give me some other terms to describe what happened last night.
Biblical beatdown.
Mollywopped.
It was a
Mollywopped.
Polaxed. How about polaxed? I like that one.
How about a boat racing?
Boat racing.
Boat racing. I love boat racing.
What
boat racing.
Dawn, what?
Can I just ask, Tone, because you're, born and raised South Philadelphia, but I just wonder for you, thinking about the air conditioning. I heard more Philadelphia moms talking about the fact that, they're giving all this money, Biden, Harris, to others, even, Ukraine, this and that, and we don't have the air conditioning. How much do you like things like that as far as show me the money moments that Philadelphia, because the vote didn't come out for Philadelphia. Is that something like that unique in Philadelphia? You know what I mean? Does that, what does that say to you? The fact that we don't have the air conditioning in our schools. It says to me that
people, that's because the problem is the media doesn't care about that. The local media, the corrupt Daily Philadelphia Inquirer. How about that emergency editorial? Did you see that the other day? We have an emergency editorial. The Inquirer, the Philadelphia Inquirer board, whatever. We will give you the newspaper for 6 months for $1. They can't even give the Inquirer away. When they were out there with their emergency opinion, the Inquirer opinion editorial board has an emergency. You got to stop Donald Trump. And by the way, if you'd like to subscribe, how about we give you 6 months for $1? 6 months for $1. That's not enough to buy Will Bunch a croissant. Oh. That's not enough for him to get a cup of coffee at Wawa.
Oh. Wawa, very good. Nice sponsor reference. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you. We love Wawa. We got more Wawas down here than they do in Philly now.
I'm also wondering, Tony, from the NBA crowd, LeBron James.
Yeah, LeBron.
Where's
LeBron?
Where's Greg Popovich, the Spurs coach?
You guys are really spiking the football today.
Steve Kerr.
What say you, Steve Kerr? What say you, all the NBA players? Man. What say you? The list is just getting started. This list, I believe, Santa Claus won't have a list the way I will compose one. And again, I'm not looking for retribution. I don't want people thrown into jail. I just want people to realize that common sense prevailed. That's what this is about. Common sense.
Tony Bruno and the funky Comedina.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. They tried to prop up a candidate, and at the end of the day, it becomes night, and it's getting dark earlier, which I hate. Yeah. But at the end of the day, people saw through Kamala Harris. She was the most transparent, fraudulent candidate ever put forward. It had nothing to do with her being a woman, had nothing to do with her color, skin color. And hopefully, the good news, the best news, speaking of list, Mayorkas is gone. Mayor Pete is gone.
Oh.
Dr. Richard Levine is gone. All of these crumb bums who have been trying to destroy the country with the woke nonsense.
Mayor Pete!
Mayor Pete. I believe there's still some pothole. Who to judge? It's time for Mayor Pete, to go back to South Bend and fill up the potholes.
Oh.
He gone. Look at the trash that's being taken out now. Especially Mayorkas. Mayorkas, on day one, I think Mayorkas should be fired now. But people have spoken.
Well,
Mayorkas, all of these other Crumb Creek cowards are now going to be looking for work. And Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
How about Liz Cheney? How about that? How about this coalition? Liz Cheney, Beyonce, people being paid money, as you said, Dawn. People in Philadelphia, the kids are in school, the air conditioning's not worked, there's asbestos, they don't want any school choice. School choice, it's all about my body, my choice. But the choices are only about abortion. They're not about schools. They're not about not taking injections or COVID vaccines without facing being fired or being condemned by people. And so don't give me that you're the party of choice. You're the party of jackasses. I think the Democratic Party died last night. It died at 1 a.m. Eastern time, and they are in full disarray. And the media has exposed itself as totally irrelevant. Every newspaper, every columnist, every talking head, people on MSNBC, the two guys, what do they call themselves? The two guys who write on presidential history, the historians, they'll not be able to write any more books about history. I mean, the histrionics is what we're talking about. All of these morons on it. I can't wait for The View. Today, The View will have the highest ratings ever. I want to see Whoopi Goldberg spontaneously combust like the movie Scanners. Remember the movie Scanners with everybody's head blows up? I want to see the entire cast of The View beg for forgiveness and then pull the plug. ABC should just throw the switch at the end of the show and put those cows out the pasture. Put those heifers out to at the pasture.
I never do this, Don Stens, and I never mandate, but I mandate that today at 11 a.m. during your show, you pot up The View, and you and Dan can do running commentary on it.
We can have some fun with
that. We know, Morning Joe and all those nutcases. The amazing thing is Mika. How's Mika doing?
She's all in black tone.
She's all in black.
Oh, she should.
Oh, she's grieving.
How's Mika doing?
How's Mika?
Tony,
Mika.
Let me hear you say it one time, Tony. How does it feel, Mika? Give it to me one time.
How does it feel, Josh Shapiro? How does it feel being shafted by your own party so that they could put up the prancing queen, Tim Walz? Tim Walz still has a job. But when we see or hear from, I heard that the reason Kamala Harris did not give a concession speech, she couldn't figure out which accent to use. So she didn't know where she was going to give a concession speech as an Indian woman, as a black woman, as a prosecutor. She stood for nothing, and now she's sitting down and done. Get out, get out. The most amazing thing, guys, is the fact that here you go. Now you got Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are still the president and vice president of the United States. What's the next couple of months going to be like with those two clowns? What are they going to do? They're not going to do anything.
I'll tell you exactly what they'll say. They'll send up Karine Jean-Pierre, and she'll say things like this.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Or
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Or
I'll see you tomorrow.
Or she'll giggle.
Talk to me.
There you go. That's what they'll do.
Well, at least we don't have circle back Jen Psaki. She's still bubbling in her own bodily fluids, absolutely going crazy with Rachel Maddow.
My Lord, God.
By the way, when you see,
by the way, all those people on MSNBC just doubled their salary.
Oh, I
because
know.
they're going to get.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're going to get a huge ratings boost from the next 4 years.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That Trump is the best thing that ever happened to the Democratic Party and to the media. What else would they talk about if Kamala Harris won? They would have to try to run their news conferences and try to explain what she said. We've been spared that. She was incapable. Let's be honest. This is facts. This isn't political. I'm not a right-wing zealot. I'm a common sense guy. And the fact that she was never able, including that last statement about voting on the prop in California, that she actually put up there and then couldn't say whether or not she voted for it. She said, I sent my ballot in and hopefully it's counted. And the bottom line is she didn't stand for anything.
I love Venn diagrams.
Well, I do too. You can go back and work on the Venn diagrams. Now, what's she going to do for the next couple of months? What do you think?
I love electric school buses.
Work on the school bus?
Well, she can come to Philly and take the entire yard full of electric school buses that are still rotting somewhere in a SEPTA yard, right?
Yeah, she could drive SEPTA. There you go. Work a McDonald's drive-through. I don't know.
Maybe
go back
she
to
can
California.
come and help build the Roosevelt Boulevard Expressway.
Yeah.
See, she could get a shovel. Remember when she and Dougie? By the way, what's going to happen to poor Dougie?
I know.
Dougie Fresh, Doug Emhoff.
Yeah.
I hope things didn't get. I hope he didn't get angry last night when she lost.
Oh my
I
God.
hope he didn't raise hands. I hope he didn't put hands on Kamala. He does have that background.
Oh, now see,
hopefully
Nancy Pelosi's a little disgusted with you, Tony.
Why would you even cover that?
I mean, come on.
Well, we have to, Nance. And Nance and I were tight. We were very close.
I saw that picture
in my San Francisco days. Yes.
All right, brother. Great
stuff.
That
was back in the day. That was back in the day when I would look at people would look at the picture and say, wood. By the way, Nancy Pelosi, who's calling Trump unfit mentally, has just won another term.
You believe it?
Just won another term. This is the party of the future. 83-year-old Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, and the rest of the relics that are now the face of the DNC.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Okay. Tony Bruno. Great stuff, brother.
All right, everybody, let's unify. Let's unify. Let's get unity in the community.
Love you, brother. Enjoy it. We'll talk to you.
Love you guys.
There he is.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
There he is, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and a wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. All right, let's get to it. 9:23. It's time for our more. We're going to take a break.
Sorry,
the hell with the movie.
Sorry.
It's all about Trump today. We'll take
Break,
calls. We'll do some cut sheet stuff. We got a lot to do. 35 more minutes left to play before we pass the baton off to Dawn Stensland here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and so much more. These models, they have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan. or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Rich Isioli. You know that Dr. Mike Veneria is my friend. He's my dentist. He's the master of dental implants. Did you also know that he hosts an annual Veterans Breakfast every year to thank our men and women who have served our country? And he also hosts a free community shredding event so you can shred all those confidential, sensitive documents so nobody hacks your identity and tracks you down. Saturday, November 9th, Veterans Day weekend. Your opportunity to come out, say hello to our veterans, thank them, get some coffee, cake, donuts, even breakfast pizza. Breakfast pizza, what's that? It's a real thing. And if you've been thinking about getting that beautiful smile you deserve, reach out to my buddy Dr. Mike Veneria. For 12 years, he's been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. He's a guy who cares, he gives back to our veterans and our community, and he's my entire family's dentist. You won't be disappointed. So come out on Saturday, November 9th for the Veterans event and free community shredding event. Go to veneriadental.com for more information. veneriadental.com. I'll see you Saturday, November 9th at his Cinnaminson office, veneriadental.com.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 9:29, Wednesday morning, a Victory Wednesday here on Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT, live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming for your visual entertainment on YouTube. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in just a few moments. Maybe some voicemails today in music history. What is on tap for the Dawn Show inside of 30 minutes from now. But we'll wrap up with a couple of calls. Let's go to Columbus, New Jersey. We've got Joe with us. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, guys. What a day to celebrate.
right?
Yes.
Amen.
I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like I have a New Year's morning hangover I haven't had since college.
It's weird. I didn't have a drink at all last night, and I feel like I have a hangover. And Joe, I'm going to take the longest nap of all time today. By the way,
Nick, exactly. I was sitting there glued to the TV like a zombie. I didn't have to have a beer or anything in my hand, but today I'm drained but exuberant at the same time. And you had perfect timing putting Tony Bruno on. I'm in my car crying. Bon Jovi is one good-looking lesbian. Are you kidding? I'm dying.
Yeah, Bruno's a beaut, is he not, Joe?
He's unbelievable. I want to thank you guys for all these months of keeping it tight and keeping it light and keeping everybody together like you do. Yep. And that was incredible.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And the work is not done. I mean, we're obviously going to continue on, and Trump's back in office, and we're going to continue to have fun on this show. Nothing will change with Trump being in office. We'll continue to give you, good laughs, good analysis, hopefully some strong opinions, make you think, give you some information, and continue with the same thing that we've done since we started this back in October of 2022. So thank you very, very much. Last call before we get to the cut sheet. Let's try Frank again. He's on the way to the Art Museum this morning. Frank, hello.
Good morning. How we doing today?
We are well. How are you, sir?
Dawn, I'm already done with the Rocky statue. With me and a few friends of mine, we put a championship belt on the Rocky statue. Took a few pictures.
That's a great idea.
And we all said that we all came out saying that the laughing hyena is fired.
Yes, she is. She is fired. There will be no more cackling. Nothing to giggle about when you get boat raced.
It's official, Dawn. She is fired. And we're so happy down here in South Philadelphia. I was at the rally the other night with Dom. And now down here I'm having a little breakfast at the little breakfast shop that we turn around and have every morning. And I'm so happy that we turn around. Maybe we get the border straightened out, the economy straightened out, which I'm sure President Trump will do that for us.
Yep.
Yes.
As a legitimate immigrant that I came here in 1958, I ain't never seen a disaster in this country like it was for the past 4 years.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. And Frank, there's so many people just like you. We had Tony from Pottstown that called in. A lot of people that went about it the right way, that do it the legal way, that go through the vetting and the screening and, the patience and the waiting game. Not what we've seen for the last 3.5, 4 years with just this disastrous border policy. And we knew what the end game was. We knew what their motives were. They tried to deny it. Guys like Mayorkas. And that's the guy that I'm going to be so glad to see go. If they could just get rid of him today, that would be glorious. Just to see that little, I don't really try to throw stones at those that are follically challenged, but I'm not going to miss seeing that little bald chrome dome anymore and his just little weasel way of, no, there's no border crisis. There's no crisis. I don't use the word crisis. No, you're a disaster. Get out. You're fired. All right. Let's get to what Stalker has left over. 9:34 on this Wednesday morning. It's what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Let's go through a little bit more media reaction last night and this morning. We have Mika and Joe. Should we start with Mika and Joe? Sure.
You can pot them up for the rest of the show.
Why don't we just do that? 18. This is starting with cut 18, Phil. Mika says that a Dem rep texted her, and this is what that Dem rep is blaming for the collapse of the Democrats nationwide last night. Cut 18, Phil, go.
You live in Philly or you live in Washington, D.C., and you've got police forces that can't keep cops on the force right now. And over the past 3-4 years, crime has been everywhere in those cities. That also has an impact. It's so interesting what he said about Bob Casey saying about your John Wayne. Mm-hmm. It's a John Wayne state. Mm-hmm. I know you've heard me tell this story before, but 30 years ago, in 1994, my first day knocking on doors, I knocked on like 50 doors. I came home. My parents said, "How was it, Joey?" I said, "Well, I learned that you're either on the side of John Wayne or you're on the side of Jane Fonda." I said that to him. I said, it is that split, and you see it the second you knock on the door. And I will tell you, that was 30 years ago, and that is still the cultural rift that pulls at Americans.
Understood, and you have to, within that, figure out how to win. And I think there's a lot of very legitimate discussion here about how Democrats lost this.
Yeah.
But I just got a text from a member of Congress saying, something else we need to look at is how people are turning to social media, podcasts, and other non-traditional sources for their news, and also news stations that aren't news. And I canvassed in all of the battlegrounds. I was shocked by the amount of misinformation voters were truly repeating back to me. Truly shocked. I do believe this is what caused the collapse of the Democrats nationwide. You cannot win when people believe lies.
But I
think that's fair too.
Blame it on the liars on social media. Oh, boo-hoo. Maybe they should shut down X and just get rid of it. What's fascinating about all of this is we talked about the anticipated red wave, and it didn't materialize 2 years ago. It was a pink trickle. Republicans barely took back the House. There were some select victories. DeSantis cruised to victory, but it didn't happen. But you know what? Sometimes it's worth the wait. And I think we can definitively say here at 9:37 on November the 6th, 2024, that the red wave came through. And it came through in a big way last night. We saw the kind of the writing on the wall a little bit, and it's always easy to armchair quarterback and Monday morning quarterback this after the fact. But maybe we should have seen this coming with some of the squad Dems. Jamal Bowman got ousted. There was a few others that got ousted as well. This whole left-wing progressive identity politic thing, it never had sustainability. It never had lasting power. It was a gross miscalculation and overreaction to everything that played out in 2020. And it'll be interesting to see. And I look forward to this because I was prepared to talk about if Republicans lost. Where do Republicans go from here? What's the future of the party? What's the message? Who's the face of it? Things like that. But now, that's the problem for the Democrats. They have to figure it out. Are they going to try to run it back the way they've done it the last couple of years? Or do they go back to what they used to be? That's up to them to figure out.
Your point about the red wave, Nick Kayal, actually coming to fruition in 2024. Joe Scarborough said this, cut 16. Phil, go.
Well, so much to go through. So many questions. I came onto the set and Willie said, hey, by the way, because we were talking about the historic nature of this sweep.
Yeah.
And Willie said, do you know, he only lost Illinois by 4 points.
4 points in
New Jersey by 5. You talk about we had talked about a red wave 2 years ago that never materialized. This is I've got to say, this is the biggest red wave I've seen since Ronald Reagan's 49 state victory in 1984. It seems every Republican across the country improved.
Yeah, and the red wave materialized. It came. Hopefully, all of those big celebrities and A-listers that said they were going to flee the country got on their flights before the red wave hit their plane, right? I want to make sure that they get to their future destination safely and securely.
Bakari Sellers was on CNN, and he talked about the Democrats betting the House on white women. Yes, they did. Cut 15, go.
It was bigger than a singular decision.
Yeah.
And that's what is going to drive me crazy about the postmortems that different reporters are going to write about, because I already know I am waiting on the Celiza missive about the fact that she didn't choose Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro was not going to change the outcome of this race.
Nope.
Period. It's bigger. What we saw were the fundamentals of this race were different than everything that I thought it was prior to the election, right? The fundamentals of this race, the headwinds that they were running against, I believe even if Joe Biden made the decision 2 years ago, those headwinds would still be there. We're talking about inflation. We're talking about immigration. We're talking about crime. All of those things, the war in Gaza, Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine, all of those things were still going to be in place. And so I think when the Democratic Party looks at this, it's more of instead of what decision could we do differently versus some type of pedagogy shift or ideological shift, or how do we rebuild our coalition? This is the second.
Were you saying this was inevitable?
I think after we look at these, I mean, I've been here with you for 4 hours now. I'm getting to that kind of. I mean, it took me a while to figure out. I'm still working through this, but the inevitability of this actually looks as if it was there. I think the only bet that could have been done differently, and I don't even know how you do it because it's reproductive rights, but we were just talking about white women. This is the second time that Democrats bet the House on white women. And suburban white women. And this is the second time they've been left at the altar by suburban white women.
It really is amazing. A couple of things to analyze and break down there. You know, I really did think that white liberal women of the pro-choice belief would be the undoing for Trump in preventing him from winning again. I was wrong. I'm happy to be wrong about that. I'm also a little surprised, too, because I thought maybe Shapiro would be able to be the reason why Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. But now, and you get out of the emotions of the moment and kind of calculating what you think will play out, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that potentially Shapiro would not have delivered Pennsylvania. I mean, let's just look at two other states quickly. You know, Kentucky's a red state, but they have a blue governor, right, in Andy Beshear. Virginia is a blue state, but they have a Republican governor in Glenn Youngkin. She could have selected Josh Shapiro, and Donald Trump still would have won Pennsylvania.
100%.
Yeah.
This was a repudiation of Kamala Harris. I mean, Hillary Clinton can at least rest her head knowing that she wasn't embarrassed as much as Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will now go down.
She fared off better
as a, you know, say what you will about the 2016 election, but she lost by razor thin margins.
Mm-hmm.
Trump didn't. Kamala Harris did not. She got destroyed.
I have to say, it's not just about the vice president. It's not just about Harris. It's more than that. And so maybe she's the face of this ticket, but I will say that I think that it was a pushback on far left progressive policies that she embodies, that people know that she was the furthest left as a senator.
So you say candidate be damned, it was the policy that doomed him in.
I do. I think it's not just her. It has to do with the brand as well. But I think that the American people saw that. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard. Mm-hmm. I mean, how many of you, as former Democrats, said my Democrat Party left me,
mm-hmm.
and that happened too. So it's, you know, was Joe Biden, was he wise to step aside, even though, you know, did he get thrown under the bus, or was he wise to step aside? I don't know.
Look at the headwinds and be like,
right?
I ain't winning this anyway.
Like,
let her take these bullets.
You have to wonder.
That's an interesting point.
That's right. All right.
He's the smartest one out of all of them. Oh, my God.
Anyway.
Yeah, he's sitting back on that beach today in New Jersey or in Delaware and just thinking, man, better her than me. That's what you get.
Well, it is a beach day, 80 degrees. You're right.
That's right. You might get a little double scoop of ice cream as well. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Today in Music History. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? But first, what's on tap for your browsing safety and security? Well, the answer, what's on tap? It's DuckDuckGo. You should do it right now. Let's go into your Droid Play store and your Apple store and download the DuckDuckGo app today, because they've taken their privacy to a whole nother level, and they're going to make sure that you're safe and secure if you subscribe, like I have, to their 3-in-1 privacy service. Think about all the internet browsing you do and all the snooping that perhaps the government does, or these other companies and corporations. They want to track your every movement, know what your tendencies are, what you like. Well, no more. 3-in-1 privacy, security, and privacy service. It's going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. They are also going to provide you identity theft protection. Nobody wants to be able to lose their identity to these scumbags on the internet, right? So do it today. And then the third leg, personal information removal. All of your info is out there. Your debit card, your credit card, your social security number, your address. They are going to lift that off of the internet and protect you from those with sinister intentions. But you have to take advantage of the special offer, and it's exclusively for our listeners. Here's what you do. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You're going to get a free 7-day trial offer. And then once you enjoy it, once you realize how safe and secure your browsing is, you're just going to hand over $10 a month. Trust me, it is well worth it. Do it today and thank all of us at 1210 Later. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Businesses to watch. Kick off fall with a new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Right now, Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new 2024 Equinox LS for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's right, only $199 per month. Together, let's drive. Visit Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore or shop 24/7 at ArminChevy.com. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. MSRP $28,035. Taxes, takes first payment $19 and $39.99 down payment with Sunday. Buyer's current lease and also Nature Bank approval ends 11/10/24.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My fellow Pennsylvanians, joy cometh in the morning.
Border Czar gets fired.
At 1 o'clock this morning, God blessed the USA with Donald J. Trump.
We have been unburdened on what could have been. New day in America.
Yo, this is Pete, South Philly. We did it, baby. We did it. I got up around 1:30. I was amped. It's chest day. I got the man milkers fully pumped. I'm even going to let Greg Stalker copy Jim Norton and say it's a Victory Wednesday. We did it, baby! Woo!
Jimmy, it's your uncle. I told you the orange guy was going to win.
Oh, boy.
I told you at 10 o'clock. Now get off the YouTube with the deplorables.
There you have it. A little montage of what's lingering and bouncing around in the voicemail hopper. How about that?
That was awesome.
That was great. Yeah, Jimmy Matthews, he had the sound of defeat in his voice today. But you know what? You win some, you lose some.
So there's some controversy brewing on YouTube. Because apparently, I didn't see this, but apparently he said that he would walk up and down the art museum stairs in his boxer shorts with a MAGA hat on if Trump won.
Well,
come on, Jimmy.
I'm not.
I will go film
off.
it. Yeah. I will go film it.
Come on, I'll go.
Phil's the video guy.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm seeing because I'm in and out of the chat, so I don't always see everything.
Yeah,
but apparently, everybody's telling me that. So
okay.
I mean, you can't welch on a bet, buddy.
Pay what you owe, sir.
You know I love you, but you can't welch on a bet.
There you go. All right, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show momentarily, but right now it is time for a Wednesday edition of What Happened Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 6th, we celebrate the birthdays of Corey Glover from Living Colour, who's 60, Greg Griffin from Bad Religion, who's also 60, and Paul Gilbert from Mr. Big, who's 58. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Glenn Fry and John Philip Sousa, born on this day in 1854. Sings include a live version of Infinite Dreams by Iron Maiden in 89, and by the way, they were fantastic last weekend. No Matter What by Badfinger in 70, Shake It Up by the Cars in 81, Behind Blue Eyes by The Who in 71, and Girls Got Rhythm by AC/DC in 79. Albums include Made in Heaven by Queen in 95, Crazy World by the Scorpions in 90, Music from Another Dimension by Aerosmith in 2012, and Back for the Attack by Dokken in 1987. Also in 71, the Shaft soundtrack is atop the album chart. In 75, the Sex Pistols play their first show. In 70, Aerosmith play their first show. In 2005, Jersey Boys opens on Broadway. In 2003, Metallica kick off their Madly in Anger tour. And in 68, Jefferson Airplane and the Grateful Dead play the opening night of Fillmore West in San Francisco. But lastly, since the election map went red last night, and I haven't done a list in a while, here are a few of my favorite albums with mostly red covers, not in any order. Talking Heads, 77. Tattoo You by the Stones. Clockwork Angel by Rush. And of course, my favorite, Kill 'Em All by Metallica. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Gets better and better every time. It's unbelievable. Nice work, Phil Almquist. All right, 9:54. Dawn is coming up in 6 minutes, and we find out what she has in store at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we've been all over it, so it's jam-packed. We've been talking to Caroline Levitt. Hopefully she's able to call in. But we have Jeff Bartos, we've been just texting back and forth with him and looking at all the demographics, not just the Jewish vote, which we've talked a lot about, but the demographics, what this means for Pennsylvania. As you know, this is not just the Senate nationally with the McCormick campaign. But how is this reshaping Pennsylvania? What does it mean for us here? So we'll look at that. So Jeff Partos, we got Linda Kearns, we got my hubby, Larry Menti. We got some girlfriends and moms in the burbs from all over, including Anne Marie, but also the lady who stayed in line till 1 a.m. And so we'll go through that. Rich Zioli, he's calling in for the road because he was, of course, out there with the McCormick campaign all night long, calling in from his observations as well. Oh my goodness, just following all of the reaction. But now, as the day settles in the morning, looking at the transition team, the demographics, we're learning more in the results of this race, and that's for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, but also nationally. There's a lot.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in just about 4 minutes. That will do it for us here on this Wednesday morning. Don't forget Kamala Harris, a.k.a. Esty, at 8:45 tomorrow, as the left-wingers are probably saying, boy, what a crock. And speaking of what a crock, here's Dawn Stensland with a word for what a crock.
Yeah, what a crock. Here's what's on the menu. I have to choose. So tonight it's between the grilled Tuscan chicken and the Parma Rosa chicken dish. So I have dueling crock pots going right now as I speak with dinner simmering. Sometimes I do a twofer so they can have the choices. But that's what I love about whatacrock.com, because they deliver for me, especially when I'm running on fumes like I know a lot of you are after a huge election night with no sleep. That's really where What a Crock allows me for an easy-to-prepare meal made so simple. I just plop it right into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, yes, dinner is waiting. And here's the difference, the What a Crock difference, and that is there's no prep required, no slicing, no dicing, nope, and the cleanup is so quick. Again, just drop that meal into the slow cooker, voila, dinner is one and done. And you think about all the comfort food for the fall and for the winter, What a Crock meals make it so easy and make for those excellent gifts that you can send shipping to people right from whatacrock.com. You go on there and you have a goddaughter, she and her husband just had a baby. What a great gift to deliver those homemade meals. What about the college kids in your life? Whatacrock.com, use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, dinner made easy. Remember, code WPHT for that $10 off for first timers here. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry